Chapter 691. Dukyu raised his eyebrows and said, "Ah, there's actually someone who recognizes me." Chuyang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Dukyu to appear in such an ostentatious manner. He was still thinking about how he would hide his identity and come here. "Dukyu, is your dark bamboo also participating in the battle of the upper three heavens?" Tianbu Hui only felt a bitter taste in his mouth. If the dark bamboo came, there wouldn't even be a need to fight this battle. "The dark bamboo won't participate, but I will," Dukyu said. "Am I not from the upper three heavens? Do you dare to say that I can't participate?" Tianbu Hui opened his eyes wide. Then, he sighed and said, "It's great that Brother Yu is participating in this competition. How can I dare to say no?" "Since you don't dare to say it, then why don't you shut up?" Dukyu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Are you farting with your mouth open? You're talking to me like this. Do you think I like you? Do you believe that I can beat your face into a pulp?" He didn't expect the other party to be one of the top experts in the upper three heavens to say such a thing. Tianbu Hui's face instantly twisted. It turned red and purple. "Brother Yu." Chuyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's not that my temper isn't good. The key is that this guy needs to be taught a lesson," Dukyu said casually and politely. "Look at his unlucky face. He probably thinks that I'm here to help them. If I don't teach him a lesson, it'll be difficult to deal with him once he comes over. My biggest weakness is that I'm too easy to talk to." Chuyang smiled bitterly. "Who would dare to talk to a temperamental person like you? They definitely wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you. You're too easy to talk to?" When Chuyang heard this, he only felt that his internal organs were cramping. "Yes, you're too easy to talk to. So easy to talk to that no one dares to talk to you." Clearly, Dukyu's high-profile appearance today wasn't purely for this matter. Because in the next moment, he shouted, "Which Shao clan of the upper three heavens is here?" On the stage, the bumpkin Xiaojuechen gave a simple and honest laugh. "I'm from the Shao family, but I wonder what business do you have with our Shao family? I say, why do all of you bastards have the ability to open your mouths and fart? The two people beside you had once participated in the siege of Old Man. Now, he actually dared to lie through his teeth? Do you really not recognize me?" Dukyu raised his eyebrows and said unhappily. Beside Xiaojuechen, an elder stood up and laughed coldly. "Back then, you were a pervert at the bottom of the sword. Yet you still dare to stir up trouble today? Go back and tell your clan head that after today's battle, I will kill my way to the upper three heavens and look for your Shao clan." Dukyu turned his head after he finished speaking. He didn't care about what they were saying anymore. He walked to Chuyang's side and sat down. Then, he said, "Why haven't you started? Didn't they come here to kill people? Even if everyone is glaring at him, he won't die." Chuyang was rendered speechless by him. Mo Tianji finally relaxed. He calmed down and arranged for the battle. Then, Mo Tianji and Tianbu Hui made some adjustments to the battle formation. Since the enforcers were going to be the arbiters, how could they not know? Even Chuyang broke out in cold sweat when he saw the rules of the battle that were finally set. This was a crazy battle. It would only end when the other party was completely annihilated or had no power to retaliate. There were a total of 11 battles in this battle. 1 martial saint battle, 2 martial monarchs, 3 martial emperors, and 4 martial kings. To explain, martial emperors definitely couldn't appear in a battle between martial kings. Martial monarchs and martial saints definitely couldn't appear in a battle between martial emperors. No matter how many martial emperors you had, they would be divided into 3 teams. The team leaders had to be martial kings too. The 3 teams would fight 1 battle each. Then, the survivors from both sides would gather for the final battle. One side had to be completely annihilated. The martial emperors would be divided into 2 teams. Each team would take 1 battle, and the survivors would fight to the death. There would only be 1 martial monarch team. There would be a battle royale and a final battle. The martial saints would fight to determine the winner. In the end, all the survivors would participate in the battle royale regardless of their level. The losing side would be thrown into the lake of despair. The winning side would be able to leave the mountain and take over all the forces of the other side. Naturally, before the battle started, if both sides were interested in a one-on-one battle, they could issue a challenge beforehand. They would fight to the death and settle old grudges. All in all the rules pointed to the cruelest point: live or die. This was the rule of the final battle. It was the rule of the final battle at the Lake of Despair. Everyone would be treated the same. The white-bearded elder stood up and read the rules out loud. His voice was deafening and reverberated in the air for a long time. Below, there was complete silence. There were close to 3,000 people. They represented the top forces of the three heavens. However, no one said a word. Die, 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 die. There were 3,000 people present. At least 2,000, or even 2,500, would be thrown into the lake. Was he one of them? Who dared to say that his body wouldn't be thrown into the lake? Even martial monarchs and martial saints wouldn't dare to say this. A tragic atmosphere arose spontaneously. Everyone's breathing became heavy, and their eyes were bloodshot. In the silence, Dong Wushang suddenly shouted. He stepped out from the crowd and walked to the center. He pointed his black saber and shouted, "Li Xiongtu, come out and accept your death." Before the battle, Dong Wushang wanted to fight one-on-one. It was obvious that he didn't want to take advantage of Li Xiongtu's. Dong Wushang was tall and sturdy. With his saber in hand, he looked like an army of thousands of horses, profound and pure, towering like a mountain. The sharpness of the blade is unparalleled. The expression of the white-robed elder at the top froze. The way he looked at Dong Wushang changed slightly. However, the skinny old man beside him spoke the words that were in his heart. What a bold spirit! I didn't expect such a person to appear in the three heavens. Dong Wushang. Li Batian's eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Dong Wushang and suddenly sighed. It's a pity that such a person was born in the three heavens. With a loud and explosive roar, Li Xiongtu flew out. His burly body landed on the snowy ground with a loud boom. White snow flew out in all directions as he laughed loudly. Dong Wushang, even if you don't mention it, I will. If we don't fight, I won't die in peace. Dong Wushang laughed. That's exactly what I was thinking. Li Xiongtu, watch my saber. With a loud shout, his black saber shot into the air. Suddenly, a black galaxy formed from saber light appeared. In this world of ice and snow, it was even more eye-catching. Dong Wushang seemed to be rushing forward with his bare hands. However, the galaxy of saber light followed his body and surged forward. Even the saber and the person, including the entire mass of air, seemed to have transformed into a moving saber mountain. It rushed faster and faster, and its momentum became greater and greater. In the end, the saber light filled the sky. In this battle of life and death, Dong Wushang's fighting spirit, as if he had met his match, allowed him to unleash a saber attack that he had never unleashed before. This saber attack was the peak of Dong Wushang's power in the past. However, this peak saber attack became the opening statement of today's battle. On the high platform, the great aristocratic families and the enforcers couldn't help but widen their eyes. Chen Feichen exclaimed in disbelief, "Saber Emperor." This low exclamation of surprise was the thought of all the spectators from the great clans. Before Dong Wushang made his move, everyone only felt that this youth was extraordinary. However, he was just extraordinary. After all, Dong Wushang's cultivation was nothing in their eyes. With their clan's power and resources, it wasn't difficult for them to forcefully raise a 14 to 15-year-old youth to the level of an emperor. In fact, it wasn't even difficult for an emperor to surpass the 5th stage. However, with Dong Wushang's weak cultivation, his saber attack was able to draw the power of heaven and earth. He was able to make heaven and earth tremble and fight. This was a cultivation that only a saber emperor could have. An emperor wasn't scary. However, once a weapon was added to an emperor, it would become one in 10,000. Furthermore, that was referring to the spear emperor and the whip emperor. However, this was a saber emperor. The second emperor in the entire heavens, second only to the sword emperor. However, the sword was the emperor, not the emperor. Therefore, a saber emperor was the number one emperor in the heavens. Such a saber emperor couldn't be lacking in either of these aspects. How can an ordinary emperor-level expert, Who can reach such a level purely through the improvement of his martial power, compare with him? Even in the upper three heavens, there weren't many people like him. However, there wasn't a single one as young as Dong Wushang. Everyone's heart trembled 3 times. Today, they really saw a treasure. Li Xiong too roared. His body, which was already extremely muscular, seemed to have swelled up again. With a sound of waves, an indescribably wide broadsword suddenly appeared in his hand. This sword was 2 feet wide, 1 foot long, and 1 foot thick. Looking at its weight, it was definitely not inferior to Dong Wushang's saber. Li Xiong Tu's eyes widened. His body spun, and a mountain of swords spun towards Dong Wushang's myriad saber storm. A sharp sound suddenly rang out from Li Xiong Tu's body. The blade of the sword cut through the air, and actually turned the 30 feet around Li Xiong Tu into a gloomy green color. However, with this move, the big clans and law enforcement officers on the high platform couldn't help but sigh in unison. Both of these young men were heavenly geniuses. No matter which one of them died today, it would be a great loss. Although Li Xiong Tu's sword hadn't reached the level of a sword emperor, it was so heavy that it wouldn't be inferior to a real sword emperor. The fighting style of these two people was bold, and they didn't care about their own safety. They were majestic and explosive. Looking at the fight between these two people, everyone instantly understood one thing. This was a fight between men. Just one look at it would make one's blood boil. Only a battle like this was worthy of the word, man. Dong Wushang and Li Xiong Tu roared at the same time. Then, the mountain of swords and mountain of swords collided fiercely. Boom, boom. An almost unimaginable force suddenly burst out in all directions. Dong Wushang and Li Xiong Tu didn't move at all, but blood spurted out of their 7 orifices. Under their feet, the ground that was harder than star iron couldn't be damaged by divine weapons. However, with a few cracking sounds, a few wide cracks actually appeared. Chapter 692. Violent air currents shot out crazily. They rushed in all directions. If not for the fact that they had used their cultivation to protect the ice and snow platforms built by the big clans, the impact at this moment would have caused all of them to collapse. The big clans who were originally disdainful of this battle revealed serious expressions at the same time as they watched this battle attentively. This was a battle between real men. Good. Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and roared fiercely. His head of black hair broke free with a bang and danced wildly in the wind and snow. His 2 legs were firmly nailed to the ground, and he stood there motionlessly like a mountain. Awesome! Li Xiong Tu roared. The muscles all over his body tightened, and his eyes shone with an even stronger battle intent than before. The stronger the enemy, the more excited I am. Dong Wushang and Li Xiong Tu were both such people. The two of them didn't allow the other to rest, nor did they allow themselves to rest. They raised their black sabers and broadswords at the same time and smashed them together fiercely again. The sparks that flew up were almost able to burn. Immediately after, the sound of banging and banging could be heard. Every time they collided, there would be a column of snow that shot up into the sky. First, Dong Wushang slashed 10 times consecutively like a storm. Li Xiong Tu took a step back and slashed again and again. The battle circle quickly shifted towards Li Xiong Tu's side. Then, Li Xiong Tu roared and slashed back 10 times with his broadsword. Dong Wushang took each slash and took a step back. He also took 10 steps back consecutively. The extremely violent sounds of collisions almost deafened the ears of the spectators. Suddenly, the two of them stopped at the same time. Then, one leaned on his saber and the other leaned on his sword. The two of them were 50 feet apart, panting violently. Then, they suddenly burst into laughter at the same time. It was too satisfying. Such a battle made the two of them covered in blood. They were all burning up. Although their arms were already sore and the web between their thumb and forefinger had already burst open, blood was still flowing from their 7 orifices, but their battle intent didn't decrease at all. Instead, it burned even more fiercely. Chu Yang frowned as he watched this battle. He felt his blood boiling and burning and his hands involuntarily clenched. Suddenly, a fragrant wind came from beside him. He turned around. Imole, Er's face was full of anxiety. She looked at Dong Wushang in the arena, her eyes full of pain and worry. Don't worry. Wushang will win for sure. Chu Yang said with certainty, I have confidence in him. You have to have more confidence. Imole nodded her head vigorously. However, she bit her lips until they bled. Again. Dong Wushang roared. Again. Li Xiong too laughed maniacally. Saber comes heartless. Dong Wushang laughed wildly. Then, he rose from the ground with his dark saber. He suddenly rose to a height of 70 feet. Then, he turned into a black meteor. Suddenly, it fell. It became a whirlwind. Stupa of the sword. Li Xiong too roared. His body circled around the ground, and suddenly, a pagoda of sword light formed by countless sword tips appeared. It surged up layer by layer and quickly reached the 7th layer. Then, it suddenly spun up and flew out of the ground to meet the thunderous saber in the air. Merciless heaven. Saber and sword beams shot out one after another. The sound of saber and sword clashing against each other resounded for a while. Then, a black silhouette let out a long and violent howl. It bounced into the air. Another burly figure staggered back on the ground. The one who bounced into the air was Dong Wushang. This time, he bounced back a full 30 to 40 feet high. His tall and majestic figure seemed to cover the entire sky at this moment. Saber breaks heartless. Dong Wushang flipped in midair. A thick saber light shot out from his dark saber, and Dong Wushang swooped down again with this saber. Li Xiong too roared. The same pagoda of sword light once again appeared in layers. There was a loud boom. Li Xiong too somersaulted 70 feet away. His hair was disheveled, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, his legs were still firmly on the ground, and his hands were holding his sword steadily. Dong Wushang flew up again and let out another long howl. He spat out the turbid air in his chest, and his eyes were bloodshot. That was the unbearable burden caused by the continuous tremors. However, his eyes were still radiating fanaticism. He swooped down again. Saber breaks heartless. Dong Wushang had obviously entered a state of excitement. His long saber was boiling in the air like a living thing, and 7 saber lights shot out at the same time. Sword breaks vast sea. Li Xiong too's eyes flashed with joy that no one else could understand. He roared, I, Li Xiong too, have only wished for this battle in my entire life. Delightful, delightful. The two figures crossed each other, and each ran for 40 feet on the snowy ground. Finally, they stood still. The distance between them was close to 1,000 feet. Let's decide the victor with one saber. Li Xiong too. Dong Wushang smiled disdainfully and roared while stroking his saber. As he spoke, his long hair fluttered in the air as if it had a life of its own. He was like a god, and his lofty sentiments were unparalleled. Life and death with one saber. Dong Wushang. Li Xiong too's eyes flashed with unconcealable respect. If I kill you, I will definitely keep your dark saber and make it a treasure that will never leave my side. I will drink with the saber at dawn and dusk. I will drink with the saber every spring and autumn. Even if the netherworld is far away, I will drink with you every day. Dong Wushang laughed wildly and said in a low voice, But you are destined to be disappointed. You are wrong. You practice the heartless saber path. But the heartless saber can't kill me. Li Xiong too said sincerely, So today, you will definitely die under my saber. Dong Wushang's saber comes from the heartless heavens. Saber breaks the heartless heavens, and saber breaks the heartless heavens. These 3 moves had already made Li Xiong too conclude that Dong Wushang practiced the heartless saber technique. But the vast sea sword technique that he practiced was the nemesis of the heartless saber technique. Dong Wushang laughed. Watch my saber. Suddenly, he started to charge. Li Xiong too laughed. His sword flicked into his hand, and he started to charge toward the opponent. This move would decide life and death. This was the tacit understanding between the two, and also the respect for the opponent. Saber comes from the heartless heavens. Dong Wushang shouted, and his mind suddenly entered a state of emptiness. He smiled and said, Heartless saber technique? Li Xiong too, watch this move of mine. It is heartless but sentimental. This saber came from the heartless heavens. So Dong Wushang named it. Saber comes from the heartless heavens. Li Xiong too was unmoved. He laughed and said, "Come on." The two figures, with saber light like a mountain and sword light like an ocean, collided like a whirlwind. There was a loud explosion. Ice shards and snow smoke rose up violently, blocking everyone's vision. It didn't fall for a long time. "It's over." Ling Han Shui, who was on the high platform, sighed regretfully. "It's over." The white-bearded enforcer sighed softly and said in a low voice, "It's a pity." Li Batian looked down anxiously. His face was full of hope. "Li Xiong too, please don't die." "It's over," Chu Yang said softly. "How is it?" Mo Lei asked anxiously, "How is Dong Wushang?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Actually, you should be asking me how is my husband?" "Yes." Mo Lei spat. Her face turned red, but she relaxed immediately. She knew that if Dong Wushang was defeated and killed, Chu Yang wouldn't be so relaxed. Since Chu Yang was joking with her, Dong Wushang must have won. If it were an ordinary woman, she might have cheered and encouraged her man when he was fighting with all his might. But Mo Lei didn't. She also wanted to, but she restrained herself with all her might. She knew that if she opened her mouth, it would be a great insult to the two men present. A battle between real men didn't need any cheers. They didn't need any encouragement. Even if it was to boost morale, it would make the winner feel like he had an unfair advantage. Mo Lei could only let her heart curl up in worry, but she didn't want to make a sound. For her man's pride. Although Chu Yang said this, he wasn't confident in his heart. Such an intense battle. Even the enforcer's cultivation. They didn't see who won and who lost. How could Chu Yang tell? But Chu Yang had absolute confidence in Dong Wushang. He would definitely win. He didn't need a reason. Li Xiong Tuesday Chu Yang didn't deny that he was a hero, but he still believed that Dong Wushang would win. Everyone, including Gu Duxing, Luo Ku Di, GMO and the others, looked very confident. He won, although they couldn't see it. But he won. This was for sure. Before the dust settled, a sorrowful cry rang out. It was a cry that anyone who heard it couldn't bear to hear. With this call, Li Qi's heart sank. It could be said that it was extremely tragic. Mo Lei's delicate body trembled, and she was on the verge of collapsing. Tears flowed out quickly, and her face was full of despair. This was Li Xiong Tu's voice. It was a battle of life and death. Li Xiong Tu could make a sound, so he didn't die. Then, wasn't Dong Wushang the one who died? Why? Why? Li Xiong Tu screamed. His voice was so miserable that it made one's soul tremble. The snow and smoke finally dissipated. The arena was 100 feet apart. One was standing and the other was sitting. The one standing was Dong Wushang, and the one sitting was Li Xiong Tu. Both of them didn't die. The broadsword in Li Xiong Tu's hand had already turned into pieces of broken metal and turned into nothingness. The dark saber in Dong Wushang's hand couldn't be called a saber anymore. It should be called a saw. The one who screamed was Li Xiong Tuesday. Blood flowed out from almost 7 to 8 places, but he didn't die. Dong Wushang didn't die either. Why? Why? Li Xiong Tu's legs had already been broken by Dong Wushang. He sat on the ground and screamed, "I lost. But why didn't you kill me? Why didn't you kill me?" Dong Wushang. This was a battle of life and death. Why didn't you kill me? Dong Wushang was expressionless. He slowly sheathed his dark saber and said, "Brotherly, I said that the last saber strike would determine victory and defeat, not a battle of life and death. You were the one who said it. Are you looking down on me?" Li Xiong Tu looked at him angrily. "Are you looking down on me?" Dong Wushang frowned. He was a little embarrassed. "Brotherly, after this battle, don't you understand? Between us, what is there to look down on? We are the same kind of people. Since you think highly of me, then kill me. Then kill me." When Li Xiong Tu heard this, a look of glory appeared on his face. He shouted, "Quick, kill me." Dong Wushang sighed. He didn't answer and turned to leave. There were also 7 to 8 places on his back and chest that were bleeding. but he didn't seem to notice. Li Xiong too let out a loud roar. He slapped the ground with his hands and used the last of his strength to fly up. He quickly caught up with Dong Wushang and fiercely fell in front of him. He roared, "Dong Wushang, if you think highly of me, if you think of me as your opponent, then pull out your saber and kill me. Kill me." He looked up to the sky and shouted, "I, Li Xiong too, am a great man. How can I live like a coward?" Chapter 693. Dukyu smiled and said, "If that's the case, the Li clan will be dragged into a ditch by you all. However, it would be great if the same method was used on the Shao clan. Seeing those fellows foolishly running around in circles, I feel so much better." Emotianji said in shock, "But the Shao clan has nothing to do with this." Dukyu squinted and said, "It's not like I'm asking you to wither away now. You'll have to do it in the future. As long as there's a chance, you'll have to do it. If there's no chance, you'll have to create one." Chu Yang and Emotianji looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, Chu Yang was moved. Emotianji's plan was ingenious, but the most ingenious thing was the person he used at the end, Dukyu. Also, in the entire three heavens, only two people knew that he was the master of the Calamity Sword. They were Emotianji and Dukyu. And Emotianji just happened to look for Dukyu. How did Emotianji know that Dukyu knew that he was the master of the Calamity Sword? After arranging this, Emotianji said, "Brother Chu, next is the king-level battle royale. How about you take command and participate in the battle?" Chu Yang nodded slowly and said, "Okay." The king-level battle royale was the battle with the highest chance of victory. Among the brothers, Gu Duxing and GMO had already rushed into the Emperor level. Chu Yang should have rushed into the Emperor level long ago, but because of the restriction of the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword, he couldn't enter, so he stayed at the King level. In addition, GMO, Luo Ku Di, Rui Butong, Xie Danxiong, Ao Xie Yun, and Tan Tan were all at the peak of the King level. They were only one step away from the Emperor level. It could be said that this was the battle that the brothers gathered the most. Chu Yang was the best person to be the commander. Although Emotianji deliberately wanted to protect Chu Yang was indeed the one that everyone wanted. Moreover, the biggest benefit of this arrangement was that the big clans would speculate about the Master of Tribulation Sword. Who would have thought that the Master of Tribulation Sword, who would have thought that the world-famous Master of Tribulation Sword would mingle with a group of king-level masters and participate in the battle royale? No matter what, he should be used as the finale, right? "Be careful," Emotianji said. "I'll go check on Wushang first." Chu Yang nodded and walked into the tent. At this time, the wounds on Dong Wushang's body must have been bandaged. After taking the heavy pill, there shouldn't be any more problems. During this time, Emotianji had collected all the elixirs that the great clans had brought with them. In name, it was a unified management. However, all the high-end medicinal ingredients had been taken away by Emotianji. All the great clans knew that this battle was a matter of life and death. Wanxi's injury was a matter of life and death. Therefore, almost all of them brought out the best treasures from their clans. The quality of this batch of medicinal herbs could be said to be extremely high-end. It didn't take much effort for him to obtain a lot of incomplete heavy pills. Just as he was about to enter, he heard an argument coming from inside. "You, don't move. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Why did you take off my clothes? If you don't take off your clothes and report, how do you apply the medicine? But can't you find someone else? For example, men? I don't trust anyone else. I'm even more worried about men who are careless. But with you here, I'm worried about Chuan. What are you worried about? I'm a girl and I'm not afraid." "It's because you're a girl that I'm afraid. What are you afraid of?" "You. Don't come over. Be good, don't move. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll scream." "Scream? Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will care about you. I'm so angry. Someone come." Dong Wushang started to yell. Chu Yang held his stomach and squatted at the door. His whole body was convulsing. Looking through the half-open door, he saw Dong Wushang holding his belt tightly with one hand and his clothes with the other. He looked very nervous. Imole was holding medicine on his shoulder with one hand and trying to take off his clothes with the other. Seeing Chu Yang enter in such a messy and twisted state, Dong Wushang immediately looked as if he had seen his savior. "Boss, save me." With a pft, Chu Yang choked and coughed repeatedly. After coughing for a while, he said, "Let me do it." He went forward and took off Dong Wushang's clothes. Dong Wushang screamed, You go out first." However, Chu Yang said, "Quick, do it." Imole giggled and bandaged Dong Wushang's wounds. She wrapped bandages on him one by one. Dong Wushang's eyes were dull, and his whole body was stiff. He didn't move at all. Occasionally, when Imole's warm fingers touched his skin, he actually trembled a little. Chu Yang found it funny. He didn't expect that Dong Wushang, a man who was bold and domineering, would be so conservative and shy when it came to relationships. He was even worse than a virgin. He was even more concerned than a virgin. After quickly bandaging his wounds, Chu Yang took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill and stuffed it into Dong Wushang's mouth. He held back his laughter and said, "It's okay now." Then, he slipped away. He didn't care that Dong Wushang's face was already red. First, he bandaged Dong Wushang's external wounds so that others could see that his injuries were very serious. As for his internal injuries, who would be able to tell? Then, they would definitely not suspect the Tribulation Sword Master. Now that the big clans and law enforcement officers were here, Chu Yang didn't dare to be careless at all. At first, Imole thought it was funny. As a man, why were you so shy? But slowly, her heart trembled. As she looked at Dong Wushang, she felt even more emotional. She felt more and more how valuable this man was. When facing enemies, he was wild and domineering. But when it came to relationships, he was delicate and restrained. He was even extremely conservative. No wonder when I said those words on purpose, his reaction was so intense. So he was really Wushang? Imole looked at Dong Wushang in a daze and pursed her lips. "What's wrong?" Dong Wushang hurriedly put on his clothes and asked with a red face, "You're really good." As expected, Dong Wushang let out a cry and his face turned red again. On the other side, Tian Bu Hui was discussing with the Black Devil. "Elder, where's Brother Black? I haven't seen him for a while. Where did he go?" The Black Devil said coldly, "He's naturally hiding in the dark. Don't tell me you think that we Black Devils always fight head-on when we assassinate?" Tian Bu Hui sighed and said, "What a pity. I wanted him to lead the martial kings in this battle. With his methods, he'll definitely win this battle." The Black Devil stared at him and said eerily, "You want him to die, right?" Tian Bu Hui said calmly, "Since it's a battle, how can there be no casualties? But we'll definitely not lose this battle." The Black Devil snorted. "He's already found a good position and is ready to strike. Now, you can make your own arrangements. The Black Devil clan will only cooperate." Tian Bu Hui smiled and agreed. Then, he retreated. He thought to himself, "If I don't destroy the entire Black Devil clan here, I'm not worthy of being called the Heavens. The battle has officially begun." The white-bearded old law enforcement officer gave the order inside. He could tell that the clans of the Three Heavens had already used all their trump cards in today's battle. It could be said that all the elites were gathered here. With his status, it was a waste for him to preside over such a battle. However, when he saw the few young martial kings, he couldn't bear to do it. What a pity. These few young martial kings weren't even 20 years old. They had a bright future ahead of them. The first battle, martial kings. Following these words, a long howl could be heard from the other side. A woo. It's finally my turn. Luo Kadi laughed. He was actually very excited. GMO also wanted to howl to vent his excitement. However, just as he howled, Huyin Aobo pulled his ear. The howl turned into a moan, a woo. Huyin Aobo didn't retreat. Instead, she took a step forward and stood beside GMO. She was only half a shoulder behind him. This was a position that only couples could have. "I'll fight with you. In life, I'll be with you. In death, I'll be with you." She didn't say anything. However, by taking this step, she was announcing to the world that they were husband and wife. They would live and die together. As a woman, She didn't need to participate in the battle. She only needed to wait. However, she stood up. Jimo's face was filled with blood. His heart palpitated. His eyes shone brightly. He quietly reached out and held Huyan Ao's hand. He squeezed it gently and didn't let go. The two of them stood together. At the same time, they felt that no one in this world could separate them. Rue Budong and Tan Tan looked at each other and smiled. Then, they stepped forward calmly. "And me." Xie Dinfeng squeezed out and stood beside Tan Tan. "Go back," Tan Tan said angrily. "I'm not going back." Xie Dinfeng looked at him stubbornly. Their eyes met. They didn't give in to each other. "This is how it is to follow you." Xie Dinfeng bit her lip. "If I live, I will experience more pain and struggle than what I am experiencing now. I know all that. However, I still want to follow you. If we die in this battle, you and I will avoid the pain of having to make a choice in the future. But if we survive this battle, I will carve myself into your heart, so that you won't become you. Forget." Xie Dinfeng said in a daze, I like how you protect me. I want to experience it again." She paused. Then, she suddenly shouted with all her strength. Her sharp voice almost pierced through the clouds and shook the clouds above the snowy peak. "Tan Tan, if I, Xie Dinfeng, can survive this battle, I will marry you and be your wife. I will give birth to your children. I will wash your clothes and cook for you. I will do anything for you." She finally shouted again. "For you, I will do anything for you." This stubborn and beautiful girl faced thousands of people from both sides. She faced the spectators from the dominating clans. She faced the law enforcers. She faced the vast sea of clouds and the eternal sky. Abandoning all modesty, he shouted loudly. She exposed her best wishes, her most desired things, her most solemn promises, and her most precious girl's heart in front of thousands of people without any scruples. Her eyes flashed. She wasn't shy at all. Only bravery. "If you live, I will accompany you. If you die, I will accompany you. If you struggle, I will accompany you. No matter what you do, I will accompany you. I will engrave myself in your heart. I will say that I love you in the face of everything. This is my love. Even if the demon king awakens in your body, even if the heavenly emperor is reborn in your body, even if you won't be you in the future, don't even think about forgetting me." Tan Tan's eyes suddenly turned red. Chapter 694. The entire place was silent. This was a crazy confession to this bold girl. In this world where men and women were forbidden from doing so, this was undoubtedly shocking, deviating from the norm. But now, no one, including Tian Buhui's side, had the slightest intention of criticizing or mocking him. After a long while, thousands of people suddenly shouted, "Good." Instantly, everyone was excited. "Girl, we support you." Countless people shouted loudly. On the ice platform of the Ling clan, Ling Han Shui looked down at Xie Dinfeng and suddenly felt a wave of envy and admiration. She really admired her for being able to confess her feelings so bravely in front of so many people. As a girl, Ling Han Shui knew how much courage this required. If he really said that, then he would be cutting off all his escape routes for the rest of his life. There was only this path in front of her. Looking at Xie Dinfeng, Ling Han Shui sighed secretly and thought, if only I could be as courageous as her back then. Yi Shiyu narrowed his eyes and looked down. No one knew what he was thinking. But Meng Se sighed deeply. Such a chaste girl. She's really a rare beauty. She dares to love and hate. Wouldn't it be a pity if she dies? He secretly asked himself, if the situation is urgent, would I dare to risk the anger of the law enforcement officers and be her protector again? The more he thought about it, the more hesitant he became. He couldn't help but sigh. Just this hesitation of mine is far inferior to this girl. Down below, all the king-level experts spontaneously walked out from their respective camps and lined up behind GMO and the others. No one said a word. Ao Sheun and Xie Danxiong stepped forward and stood side by side with GMO, Luo Ku Di, Rue Budong, and Tan Tan. All the sovereigns spontaneously gathered behind them. Everyone's eyes were calm, and their breathing was slightly heavy. But standing behind these few martial kings, they seemed to have calmed down. The same process was going on the opposite side. Chu Yang was dressed in black. He didn't say a word and walked forward with his back straight. His footsteps were steady and his face was calm. Everywhere he passed, the crowd automatically opened up a path for him. They all felt that they had won this battle. Chu Yang walked step by step to the outside. He took a light step and stood out from the rest of the team. He turned around and looked at his own team. He raised his eyebrows and looked at everyone's faces. He quietly looked at them. Whoever his gaze landed on would feel a surge of hot blood. Chu Yang revealed a calm smile at the corners of his mouth. He slowly said, "The first battle will be ours. We have already gathered together. Listen, the other side is still urging us." The corners of his mouth turned back and he revealed a disdainful sneer. Immediately, his nervousness disappeared and he burst into laughter. "Damn, they are urging us again?" Chu Yang's back was facing the other side. As he listened to Tianbu Hui's shouts, he smiled faintly and said, "Look at those people. They've made our Grand Duke Tian so worried. Tisk, haha." The laughter became louder and louder. "Fighting with such an enemy. I really feel that I have an unfair advantage." Chu Yang stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. Then, he said, "Look, are they our opponents?" "No." More than 100 people shouted angrily at the same time. Following these few words and seeing the messy formation of the other side, everyone was full of confidence at this moment. Then, how long do we need to throw these guys into the lake of despair? Chu Yang looked at them with disdain. Suddenly, he raised his voice and shouted, 2 hours. Can we turn them into corpses and throw them into the lake of despair? He didn't even ask if they were confident. Could they win? Instead, he directly asked how long it would take to end the battle. This gave everyone a feeling. Is there a need to ask the result of this battle? We will definitely win. Haha, how can we use 2 hours? 1 hour is enough. One of the middle-grade king-level experts burst into loud laughter. Everyone laughed and said proudly, "Yes. How can we take so long to deal with them?" "Good." Chu Yang cheered. Then, he frowned and said, "But I feel that with so few people, we still have to fight 4 rounds with them? Is there a need to go through so much trouble?" "It's too troublesome. 1 round is enough." "Is it?" "If it's just 1 round, the time is very tight." Chu Yang revealed a very fake worried look. He frowned and said, "What if?" "There's no what if. 1 round. 1 round. 1 round. Let's settle them in 1 round." Everyone started to clamor. "Good." Chu Yang shouted. He suddenly turned around and clasped his hands together. His eyes were like lightning, and his voice was sonorous. "Law enforcement officer, my brothers and I all agree that it's too troublesome for us to fight 4 rounds with only 1,000 people. Hence, on behalf of the 100 of us, I would like to request that we decide the outcome of the battle in 1 round." "Decide the outcome of the battle in 1 round?" The white-bearded enforcer frowned. "That's right. Just 1 round is enough to chop these guys into meat paste," Chu Yang said loudly. Then, he turned around and asked, "Brothers, don't you think so?" "Yes." Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. Everyone used all their strength, and their veins almost popped out. The white-bearded enforcer said, "Since that's the case, I need to ask for their opinion." Actually, there was no need to ask for their opinion. Since Chu Yang had proposed it, how could Tianbu Hui back down? If he didn't agree to it, his side's morale would be greatly affected. Hence, Tianbu Hui had to agree to it, even if he didn't want to. Furthermore, even if he agreed to it, he would still be 1 step too late. "We agree. 1 round to decide the outcome of the battle." Tianbu Hui gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He was too indignant. He didn't expect Chu Yang to do this. "Look, we want to decide the outcome of the battle in 1 round. Look at how angry Tianbu is. He can't even speak properly. Haha, his face is red. Look at me? Why are you looking at me? Why are you staring at me? Tianbu Hui, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, come up. Do you think you can kill me by staring at me?" Chu Yang mocked Tianbu Hui mercilessly. Every time he said a sentence, his team would burst into laughter. The laughter became louder and louder, and their emotions became more and more agitated. Tianbu Hui, come up and die. Ha ha ha. More than 100 people laughed at the same time. In front of two armies, they were openly mocking the other side's leader. This kind of pleasure was unparalleled. Why would Tianbu Hui come up? He was the leader. His position was equivalent to Mo Tianji's. The battle of the entire team was under his command. If he came up, he would be an idiot. Bullshit. Tianbu Hui said angrily, "Why don't you ask Mo Tianji to come up as well?" Chu Yang shouted, "If you don't dare to come up, then so be it. Why are you dragging Mo Tianji into this? Tianbu Hui, do you have any shame? Tianbu Hui, do you have any shame?" GMO and Luoku D shouted at the same time. More than 100 people followed suit. It was as lively as the new year. In the eyes of outsiders, who would have thought that this was before the decisive battle? They would definitely think that this was a celebration. Tianbu Hui doesn't dare to come up? Chu Yang laughed. Such a coward. Coward. Bastard. GMO shouted, dog ant. Everyone, follow me and shout. Tianbu Hui. Coward. GMO shouted loudly. Tianbu Hui. Coward. The 1,000 people echoed. Tianbu Hui. You good for nothing. GMO once again shouted in high spirits. Tianbu Hui. Coward. The 1,000 people once again followed in high spirits. Damn, it rhymes so well. GMO laughed. It seems like Tianbu Hui is born to be scolded. Ha ha ha. Tianbu Hui. GMO shouted. Coward. 1,000 people shouted. Tianbu Hui. GMO shouted again. Coward. They called out again. Tianbu Hui. GMO danced with joy. Bastard. The 1,000 people shouted with all their might. Ha 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 ha. Ow 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 ow. Chu Yang's aura had already reached its peak. However, Tianbu Hui's aura was extremely weak. This was especially so when Tianbu Hui organized a scolding and wanted to retaliate. However, more than 100 martial kings of the Black Devils remained silent and did not make a sound. Tianbu Hui was furious. He rushed in front of the Black Devils and said angrily, "Are all of you mute?" The Black Devils were furious. "You are unreasonable. Have you ever seen an assassin roaring before a battle? Tianbu Hui, do you know what you are doing?" Tianbu Hui had been angered by Chu Yang and had been rebuffed by the Black Devils. However, he could not voice out his grievances. He was so angry that he was about to explode. Beside him, the clan leader of the Li clan hurriedly tried to calm Tianbu Hui down. The Black Devils did not give up. They glared at him as if they wanted to eat him up. Furthermore, Tianbu Hui was obviously in the wrong. Why did you ask a bunch of assassins who always appeared in the dark to shout? Aren't you just making things difficult for yourself? Some people also thought that since they were fighting in broad daylight, they could no longer be described as assassins. Tianbu Hui was not wrong. On the other hand, the Black Devils were using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Wow. Internal strife. Internal strife. Luo Kadi was best at kicking people when they were down. Seeing that there were signs of internal strife, Luo Kadi laughed until his mouth was crooked. Oh woo. Internal strife. Ha ha ha. Jimo's ability to kick people when they were down was not bad. Everyone laughed together. On the opposite side, the martial kings who were already in formation turned around. Some of the assassins from the Black Devils could not help but curse. Does Tianbu Hui know how to command? Did this bastard have a screw loose? Damn it. Asking a bunch of assassins to fight. Is he a bastard? Tianbu Hui's handsome face was swollen with anger. He knew that there was no point in trying to explain the situation. He could only start the battle quickly. Only then could he slowly get rid of this feeling. He waved his flag and shouted, "Go! Kill them all!" Almost 1,000 people from the opposite side immediately rushed over with a rumbling sound. Good timing. Chu Yang shook his hand and took out a red cloth. He tied it on his head. More than 100 people also took out red cloth and tied it on their heads. Kill them all. Chu Yang shouted. They have finally come out. I thought that they would not dare to come. More than 100 people roared and followed behind Chu Yang. They rushed out like a gust of wind. Kill. Chapter 695. The two groups of men and horses charged forward as if they were on the same page. Both sides' fighting spirit was equally high. But this scene, in the eyes of the people on the high platform, was a completely different matter. On Chu Yang's side, everyone had a ferocious smile on their faces as they charged forward with disdain and mockery. On the other hand, those on Tian Bu Hui's side had a dark look on their faces as they charged forward silently. One side had a victorious smile while the other side had a furious silence. Naturally, there was a clear distinction between the two sides. Confidence. Only confident people would smile during a battle. Furthermore, the soldiers on Chu Yang's side did not panic. They formed groups of 2, 10, and 100 of them formed a triangle as they charged forward ferociously. On the other hand, the other side charged forward in a chaotic manner. Victory and defeat had been decided at this moment. This side has made ample preparations. Just by looking at their coordination, I can tell that this was not done in a short period of time. The white-bearded elder praised. The others nodded silently. However, the strength of both sides is about the same. Even if they win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The white-bearded elder concluded. That's right. If the winning side can have 200 survivors, it can be considered a glorious victory. The skinny elder said. Below the stage, Mo Tianji looked at the battle from afar. He revealed a slight smile on his face. Gu Duxing asked, "How is this battle?" Mo Tianji laughed in relief. "We are 100% confident of victory." 100% confident? Gu Duxing was shocked. He did not expect Mo Tianji to be so confident. Originally, the chances of victory were 50 to 50. In fact, our side's chances of victory were higher. After my team's coordination, our chances of victory were raised to 70%. After Chu Yang's morale boost, the other side's morale was low and they were not united. Our chances of victory were raised. Then, with Chu Yang, GMO, Luo Ku Di, Rui Butong, Tan Tan and the others, our chances of victory were 100%. Furthermore, there was an unstable factor in the other side's camp. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "The Black Devil." He paused for a moment and laughed sinisterly. As a father, I don't believe that the Black Devil would be so indifferent. Gu Duxing suddenly understood. While the two of them were talking, Chu Yang had already sped up. Immediately, GMO, Luo Ku Di, and the others sped up and left the group. The battle formation here was like a huge triangle, and Chu Yang and the others were at the forefront of this huge cone. With this acceleration, it was like a huge triangular bow, shooting out sharp arrows. Such a formation was good for attacking. However, the initial contact was when the frontline troops were under the heaviest pressure, and when the King of Kings was injured the most. Chu Yang and the others had been dragged out of the team. This was equivalent to using the strength of a few people to bear the most powerful pressure at the beginning of the battle. They had crushed the enemy's first wave of attack. They would disrupt the enemy's formation. By the time the reinforcements arrived, they wouldn't have to endure that kind of pressure. Furthermore, they could directly use their absolute advantage to start the battle. But in this way, the pressure would be on Chu Yang and the others. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang's sword was already in his hand. A round and dazzling beam of light shot out, and with a flip of his body, he merged into this vast and mighty sword light. A long roar came from the sword light. The bones in my palm are as high as the mountains. In the eyes of outsiders, it seemed that this young man had used his ultimate move right from the start. The most powerful move. He was going all out. That was why Chu Yang shouted. Not only did he shout, but he also shouted loudly and mightily. Because, Chuan, although these moves were from the Calamity Sword, they weren't from the Calamity Sword. They were created by Chu Yang himself. Furthermore, the power of these moves was not inferior to the Calamity Sword. You all came to watch the battle and look for the Calamity Sword's owner. All right, Chuan, I'm standing right in front of you all, and I'm letting you all see me clearly, and I'm shouting deafeningly. But he doesn't use the Calamity Sword. If you can still find me like this, you're really seeing a ghost under the sun. The sword light spread out like an arc. Chu Yang, along with his sword, charged into the enemy group like a mad tiger. With a boom, It was as if a bullet had landed in the crowd. With a single touch, there were screams and screams. The sword was sharp and invincible. The sword move was like a demon, sharp and unstoppable. With one move, he tore open a big hole in the dense formation of the king-level masters who were charging over. Chu Yang laughed loudly and roared towards the sky. Under the sword, waves churn. The sword light trembled and splashed out a wave of undulating silver light. It came from afar and came closer. Wave after wave, and each wave was higher than the previous one. Puff, 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 puff. Nearly 20 people were stabbed in the chest at the same time. Chu Yang's figure flew out, and he rushed over while stepping on the surging heads. The world of mortals is the path of ruthlessness. Chu Yang leaped for 170 feet. Wherever he passed, the sword light cleared a path of ruthlessness, and the waves surged. Kill all under the heavens. A loud shout. Woo, with a sound. The sword light seemed to have gone crazy. It directly formed a solid sword net that connected the sky and the earth in the midst of the enemy crowd. The sword light suddenly shot out. Just as Chu Yang shouted and made his move, everyone noticed his ferocity, especially the people from the big clans. Everyone's heart lit up. Then, they focused all their attention on Chu Yang. However, after seeing two moves, everyone was disappointed. This young man's sword move is strong, and it's obviously his trump card, but it's not the Calamity Sword. This young man is a talent, but he's not the Calamity Sword master. Since he's not, let's all turn our attention away. GMO and the others also started to shout crazily when Chu Yang launched the third move. The world of mortals is heartless. They rushed into the crowd from different directions. This was a disaster. Tianbu Hui's alliance didn't have any king-level martial artists to begin with. Now that they were being attacked by the brothers, they were in a complete mess. Then, the group of more than 100 people rushed over like a mountain. They collided fiercely. A gap had been opened. More than 100 people rushed into the enemy group like a flood, and they split up effortlessly and started to fight on their own. In just a few breaths, the entire battlefield had turned into a hell of human corpses. Heads flew everywhere, and severed limbs flew everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere, and everyone went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were slashing and slashing like mad demons. In this kind of battle environment, Mo Tianji's arrangement instantly played a decisive role. Every group of two people attacked at the same time, one defending and one attacking. The defense was watertight, and the offense was impenetrable. The cooperation between the teams was even more amazing. Every time a team was in danger, with a whistle, the enemy would realize that the enemy in front of them had changed, and it was replaced by a few other people. GMO, Huyanalbua, Luo Kudi, Ao Lai Yun, Xiadan Xiong, Xiadan Feng, Tan Tan Rue Butong, and the others coordinated and made arrangements. If there was danger, and their own people were in danger, they would rush there. This was the so-called battlefield firefighting team that Mei Tianji had arranged. When he made the arrangements, everyone felt that it might not be useful. Thousands of people were fighting. What's the use of arranging 7 or 8 people to fight the fire? But at this moment, in this extremely chaotic moment, they realized that the power of this battlefield firefighting team was simply shocking. Many of their comrades who were about to be killed by the enemy were saved by them. Many enemies who had the upper hand were defeated for no reason. Chu Yang turned into a huge sword light that was a crazy troublemaker. He went back and forth in the enemy's camp, from east to west, and from south to north. He did his best to make the enemy's already messy camp even more messy. There was no way for him to launch a powerful attack. King of Hell Chu. A loud roar entered Chu Yang's ears. Chu Yang raised his hand and looked at her with his red eyes, only to see a Hayamo soldier clad in black running towards him. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. With a sweep of his sword, he cleared out a space and went up to meet him. This black devil soldier rushed over with grief and indignation. He roared as his thin sword mercilessly slashed at the enemy in front of him. He rushed all the way to Chu Yang. With a clang, the two swords clashed. The black devil soldier's sword broke, and in the next moment, Chu Yang's sword pierced into his chest. It was so smooth that Chu Yang could not believe it. This person had already killed 3 or 4 king-level masters on his way here. How could he be so weak? This person's momentum did not stop. His entire body hung on Chu Yang's sword as he slid over. The tip of the sword came out from his back. His eyes revealed a quiet smile. When he was close to Chu Yang, he said in an extremely low voice, "King of Hell Chu, tell Dong Wushang that if he dares to bully my junior martial sister, I won't forgive him even if I become a ghost." Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat as he looked over. That person's eyes revealed a pleased and satisfied smile as he said, "This is a necessary price."
Yes.
After that, his eyes gradually dimmed. Suddenly, he struggled and said, "My name is Qinji. I've always liked you, but I've always... Chuan, I don't dare to. Chuan, I'm so happy today." Just as he finished speaking, he stopped breathing. The black mask slid off his face, revealing the face of a young man around 27 or 28 years old. At this moment, he was smiling peacefully. Chu Yang's heart shook violently. He suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the Black Devil camp. There was actually some anger in his heart. "Black Devil, what are you doing?" From these few words, he could hear a lot. Many of the king-level masters of the Black Devil camp knew about this battle. This person called himself Qinji. He was the disciple of the Black Devil. Qinji liked Emole but did not dare to say it. Today, he was here to send her off. But after he said these words, he was very happy in his heart. Why was he happy? "Tell Dong Wushang that if he dares to bully my junior martial sister, I will not forgive him even if I become a ghost." The despair of his love, the hopelessness of his love, the pain of his love. That's why he is so quiet today. Because everything had been resolved. And there was a price to pay. No wonder everything seemed to go so smoothly from the start of today's battle. Chu Yang was still wondering how the Black Devil would face today. Only now did he know that this Black Devil was actually so intense. Chapter 696. Although Chu Yang did not have a good impression of the Black Devils, he still felt sour in his heart. Was it cruel? Was it cruel? No, because the Black Devils had no other choice. This was because the battle between the Martial Kings and the Martial Emperors was separate. The Martial Kings would go first. Therefore, if the Black Devils made any moves, the remaining Martial Emperors would immediately be annihilated. Chu Yang concluded that the Black Devils would betray him during the battle between the Martial Emperors. Therefore, these Martial Kings had to be sacrificed. If these people betrayed him, the Black Devils would definitely be annihilated. If these people died, those people would have a chance to make a name for themselves. They would have a slight chance of survival. And all of this was a painful choice that the Black Devils made for his daughter. With a long sigh, Chu Yang pulled out his long sword. Qinji's body fell softly. Chu Yang thought to himself, "I will pass on your words to Wushang." Then, he roared as if he was venting the frustration in his heart. He turned around and charged madly into the crowd. Everyone was shouting about the fierce battle, so who would pay attention to such an insignificant scene in the millstone of flesh and blood? When the two teams came into contact, they saw that both sides were advancing. They were advancing madly. However, the people on Chu Yang's side passed through, leaving behind a ground full of broken corpses. They occupied the other side's camp. As the other side charged forward, they became a pile of minced meat. By the time the two sides brushed past each other, they had already exchanged positions. The other side had more than 1,000 martial kings. Now, there were less than 500 left. On Chu Yang's side, there were still more than 800 people who were at full strength. Both sides were panting violently. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at each other. They were preparing for the battle that was about to begin. It was a battle of life and death. In the sky above the battlefield, blood mist filled the air. On the ground, blood meandered and gradually formed a river of blood. It curved and flowed into the distance. At first, it was still emitting hot air. Later, the hot air slowly dissipated and the river froze. Tian Buhui rushed over angrily. He rushed in front of the Black Devils. "What's going on? Why are the people of the Black Devils so weak? We just came into contact and they are all gone? What does that mean?" The Black Demon looked at the black-clothed corpse and the pieces of flesh on the ground. His face behind the mask seemed to be convulsing in pain. He gritted his teeth as he spoke in a deep voice. This old man has said this before. The assassins that I have trained must be in the dark. They must be able to display their greatest power. 2 king-level experts can even assassinate an emperor-level expert. But how did you arrange it? You actually exposed my assassin in front of the enemy and then fought him head-on. You ruined all of my efforts, and now you actually ask me why my combat strength is so weak? He took a step forward and glared at Tianbu Hui. Did you see that they are all dead? Could it be that the corpse is fake? Did you see them running away at the last moment? Is there? He glared at Tianbu Hui angrily as he stepped closer to him. Now, you're actually asking me what I mean by this. Let me ask you, what are your intentions? When he said this, everyone felt that Tianbu Hui was too much. The Black Devils were very strong, but they were only good at assassinating in the dark. The people of the Black Devils had never fought with their enemies head-on. Tianbu Hui was using such a reason to criticize the Black Devils. Furthermore, it was under the premise that the Black Devils were all dead. He was being too demanding. The two of them were on the verge of breaking out into a fight. At this moment, there was a loud roar. Everyone's attention was attracted to it. Chu Yang shouted, "Brothers, throw them all into the lake of despair." All 800 people shouted together, "Throw them all into the lake of despair. Kill." Chu Yang raised his sword. His eyes flashed with coldness and ruthlessness as he charged forward. Behind him, the group of people charged forward like a tide. Now, there were no more Black Devil assassins in the group. This kind of result made Chu Yang feel stuffy in his heart. He also felt a burst of anger and sorrow. Therefore, he had to give it his all and kill. Beside him, Xie Danxiong's white robe flashed. The two of them charged forward side by side. Kill. On the other side, there was also a loud roar. They raised their swords and sabers. Their faces were twisted as they charged forward. Both sides only had eyes for their enemies. There was nothing else. Occasionally, they would trip over something. No matter whose corpse it was, they would kick it far away. Don't blame me. Maybe in the next moment, I'll be like you. Lying on the ground with a broken body, I'll be kicked away. Chu Yang let out a clear roar. His sword roared as it flew up. He was about to kill. However, just as he was about to make his move, he realized that a bright flower had already bloomed in front of him. That flower was like a fairy. It flashed in the air. It flashed to the left, then to the right. In a flash, it disappeared again. However, that flower was so beautiful that no one could bear to touch it. They couldn't bear to look at it. They couldn't even bear to think about it. The beauty of this flower had reached the pinnacle of this world. But what this incomparably beautiful flower brought was death. Because every time it flashed, every time it appeared, it was accompanied by a life. It was taken away while intoxicated by this flower. Every face that had been taken away by the flower still had traces of admiration and intoxication on them. It was as if they were willing to die under such a beautiful scene. It was intoxicating. Even in such a cruel battle, the appreciation of extreme beauty couldn't be erased. However, when beauty reached the pinnacle, it was darkness and destruction. After this flower flashed, blood would definitely flow. This was the flower of death. Viburnum flower. When the viburnum flower appeared, all other flowers would die. The power of the viburnum flower was truly displayed at this moment. This was a kind of cruel beauty. This was elegant cruelty. This was the ultimate kill of a gentleman. This kind of extreme beauty brought about extreme cruelty. Even the big clans and law enforcement officers were moved by it. Xie Danxiong finally unleashed the true power of the viburnum flower. Even Chu Yang was seeing such a massacre for the first time in his life. However, Xie Danxiong's face was calm and indifferent. With indifference to life, the viburnum flower continued to attack. It flew back and attacked again. Chu Yang thought in his heart, if Xie Danxiong can also smile as brightly and gently as the jade jasper flower when she makes her move, then perhaps that would be the ultimate. Although he thought so, his hands didn't stop at all. With a swing of his sword, Chu Yang attacked first. A white sword light danced in the air. Chu Yang flew through the air, and landed at the densest part of the crowd. With a wave of screams, his sword swept across. Puff, puff, puff. 3 people were cut into 2 at the waist. 7 big men pounced on him from 3 directions. Chu Yang rushed forward. With 2 puffs, the tip of his sword cut through 2 big men's backs. Then, it disappeared with a whoosh. With a sliding step, he moved to the right side as if he was dancing alone on the ice and snow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 heads flew into the air. 3 swords were broken in an instant and floated in the air as if they were weightless. The corpse had yet to fall to the ground. The broken sword had yet to touch the dust, and the buoyancy had yet to be eliminated. Chu Yang spun the soles of his feet, and the upper of his shoes rolled up a puff of sparkling and translucent ice and snow on the ground. His whole body had already turned around and rushed back. The 2 enemies behind him were now in front of him. With 2 claps, the 2 swords of the opponents collided with Chu Yang's sword. Wherever the sharpness of the divine sword passed, the 2 swords were separated like tofu. Chu Yang's sword extended and retracted. Then, with a whoosh, he rushed out from the gap between the 2 men. The 2 men seemed to be stunned for a moment. They suddenly turned around and wanted to chase. However, when they moved, the upper half of their bodies flew out from the waist. The 2 legs of the lower half of their bodies were still running on the snow. The 2 parts of the corpses that had just flown out met 3 swords at the same time, and they were chopped into pieces with a kacha sound. The people on Chu Yang's side thought that Chu Yang hadn't killed the 2 men, so they had come to besiege him. But they had chopped the corpses, and Chu Yang had already flown into another encirclement with a biting, cold, murderous aura. There were 3 king-level experts on his side in this encirclement. They were besieged by 7 or 8 people from the opposite side. They were in imminent danger. One of the king-level experts had already roared when Chu Yang arrived. His body was slashed several times. Blood splashed everywhere. Then, the swords and sabers came down together. He didn't even have time to scream as his flesh and blood flew out. Chu Yang roared and rushed forward with his sword in hand. Halfway through, his sword turned into a thick silver river of sword light. Rumbling sounds could be heard as it rushed forward. The experts on the enemy's side turned into a pile of blood. On the other side, Luo Ku-di was fighting with 4 king-level experts at the same time. He roared wildly. Then, a sword silently shot out from a gap and stabbed towards Luo Ku-di's waist. Luo Ku-di wasn't aware of this. Chu Yang had seen it, but he was surrounded by enemies. So, he didn't have enough time to rescue him. So, he suddenly roared and kicked out his leg. It was like a thunderbolt as it ferociously kicked the neck of a king-level expert. A kacha sound was heard. This king-level expert of the Tian clan didn't even have time to groan. His head was kicked out of his neck. Blood violently spurted out. His head spun like a meteor as it flew out like a lightning bolt. That king-level expert had launched a sneak attack on Luo Ku-di. He was secretly happy that he had succeeded, but he suddenly felt something heavy on his wrist. He found that his sword had inexplicably pierced a person's head. He took a closer look and realized that it was his subordinate. He roared in grief and indignation. He then loudly asked, "Who is it?" However, Chu Yang had already cut off 3 heads with his sword. His entire body was bathed in blood as he stood in front of him. The 2 of them didn't speak. Instead, they fiercely slashed their swords. Bang! That king-level expert's sword broke. Chu Yang flew high up in the air and ferociously kicked him in the chest. That king-level expert was sent flying upside down like a shrimped shrimp. The 7 king-level experts of Chu Yang's side attacked him at the same time. They intercepted him along the way. Their swords and sabers ruthlessly fell on him. He had turned into a skeleton by the time he fell to the ground. Chapter 697. GMO and Huyin Alba combined their swords and attacked back and forth in the battle formation. One of them was tall while the other was short. One attacked while the other defended. Their coordination was flawless. On the other side, Tan Tan and Xie Danfeng were much more valiant. Both of them were main attackers. Both of them were equally crazy and didn't care about their own safety. Then, They hurriedly patched up the holes in the opponent's attack. Tan was on the left side of Xia Danfeng. Rui Budong was on the right side of Xia Danfeng. That was because Xia Danfeng wasn't a king-level expert, even though she was participating in the battle. She was only a high-level revered martial artist. Tan alone wouldn't be able to protect her in such a battle where all the king-level experts were present. Therefore, Rui Budong's main responsibility in this battle was to protect Xia Danfeng. This was Chu Yang's order. Such an order was selfish and cruel for the other king-level experts who were participating in the battle. However, Chu Yang had no other choice. Ao Xieyun's handsome face was already full of bloodstains. It was the same color as the red scarf on his head. There were 7 or 8 wounds on his body. However, he didn't retreat even half a step. He bravely moved forward and killed his way forward. Awoo! Luo Kudi roared loudly. His body had been cut by a saber. However, this had stimulated his ferocious nature even more. The effect of his self-destructive training in the northern wilderness had finally manifested at this moment. He roared furiously and crazily rushed forward to kill. He didn't see Chu Yang even when he appeared beside him. The entire battlefield had been reduced from more than 2,000 people fighting together. Then, it had been reduced to more than 1,000 people fighting together. In the end, only less than 700 people were left fighting. The casualty rate of Chu Yang's side in this second battle was far higher than that of the first. That was because the other side already knew that they would lose and die this time. Therefore, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. However, Chu Yang's side had a good start. Then, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. So, it was inevitable that they were somewhat relaxed. This was human nature. However, it was precisely this human nature that had caused the death of more than 100 experts who should not have died in the first place. The second battle was even faster than the first battle. It didn't take long for it to end. Slowly, the battle circle became smaller and smaller, and gradually divided into 3. There were less than 100 enemy experts left. They were trapped in 3 encirclements. Each of them was besieged by over 100 king-level experts. Both sides' eyes were bloodshot and ferocious. At this point in the battle, the so-called life and death, the so-called fear, had long been thrown beyond the clouds. The only thought left in his mind was to kill the enemy. He would drag the other party along with him. Killing one was more than enough. Kill 2, earn 1. You're going to die anyway, one of the enemy's middle-grade king-level experts roared. Then, he suddenly pounced over without dodging. His body was pierced by more than a dozen swords while he was in midair. But he shook his right hand, and the sword flew out of his hand. Then, it deeply penetrated the chest of a king-level expert. The long sword pierced through his chest, leaving a trail of blood behind it as it flew across the snowy ground. It flew for over 100 feet before landing on the snowy ground with a clang. The sword swayed in the air as fresh blood dripped down, bringing with it hot air. Chu Yang issued an order, and his brothers flew up at the same time. They each pounced into the 3 encirclements. A series of ding-ding-dang-dang-dang sounds resounded. Then, a series of blood-curdling screams were heard. Then, the entire battlefield became silent. No one else was standing in the entire battlefield apart from Chu Yang's people who had red cloth tied around their heads. There was a moment of silence. Then, someone suddenly bent down and vomited blood. This person had suffered internal injuries a moment ago and had forcibly endured it. However, he had finally relaxed at this moment and had vomited blood. Vomiting blood like this would have been equivalent to courting death if it had been a battle. The sound of vomiting resounded. Then, someone let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground. It didn't matter if it was a broken saber, a broken sword, or even a corpse on the ground. They were exhausted. The battle a moment ago was even more terrifying than a nightmare. Chu Yang looked around and sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He looked at the entire battlefield. More than 1,500 people had died here, but he couldn't find a single complete corpse. Only pieces of flesh and blood were left on the ground. Every 1,000 people had participated in the battle. Only 100 people had participated in the battle on his own side. There were less than 400 people left alive. As for those who were physically disabled, and those who had broken arms or legs, there were countless of them. And these were the lucky ones. Even the most brilliant coroner wouldn't be able to piece together more than 1,500 corpses under such circumstances. In fact, he wouldn't be able to piece together even 300 complete corpses under such circumstances. Everyone was a king-level expert, and each of them had risked their lives. Their flesh and blood would scatter as long as they made a mistake. And that short period of time when they were about to die was the time when they would suffer the most damage. Everyone would rather stab a dead body with a knife than let the enemy have the opportunity to lay on the ground and launch a sneak attack. And they wanted to die a complete death under such a mentality. It was no different from a dream. Roll call. Count off. Chu Yang stood in a depressed manner. Warm blood was still dripping from his hair. After counting, there were only 314 king-level experts on Chu Yang's side who were still alive, including Chu Yang and his brothers. Out of 100 people who had participated in the battle, 332 had died. The bloody fog on the battlefield hadn't dispersed yet. Everyone was facing this tragic scene and remained silent. Men, bring the injured and unconscious back to recuperate. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield. Throw the corpses into the lake of despair. The blood vessels in Chu Yang's eyes slowly faded away. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he gritted his teeth. His cheeks clearly bulged. He took a deep breath of the bloody air, raised his head, and let out a long, long sigh. Finally, he turned his head and shouted coldly. He gave a cruel order. Such a decision would undoubtedly be cold-blooded and cruel if it was in any other place. But here, at the Lake of Despair, regardless of whether it was the corpses thrown into the Lake of Despair or the people who cleaned up the battlefield, it was a kind of honor, a kind of respect for the enemy. Only the victors could have the honor of cleaning up the battlefield. Only the corpses of heroes could be thrown into the Lake of Despair to accompany the heroic spirits of the past generations, under the witness of two supreme martial artists. This was the most honorable place in the three heavens, regardless of life or death. Chu Yang knew that the three heavens people thought this way, but when he said this, his heart was still in turmoil. He felt pity for them. This was because there were many people who had chatted with him just a day ago, or even just a moment ago. When talking about this battle, he still remembered that bearded martial king of the Xie clan said straightforwardly, "My life was originally picked up. If I could die in the Lake of Despair, my life wouldn't have been in vain. Besides, my wife and daughter have been killed by the Ao clan. I have nothing to worry about. The sooner I die, the sooner I can be reunited." Now, this martial king was quietly lying not far away, with his body incomplete. How could Chu Yang not hear the grief and indignation in his heart? The Ao clan master had compensated the few Ao clan masters for their sins. The few Ao clan masters and the mastermind behind them had all died. But his wife and daughter couldn't come back to life. In the end, he didn't take revenge with his own hands, but he couldn't take revenge anymore. Perhaps he only had one wish left, to be reunited. There was another person, the martial king of the Ao clan. Back then, when he was standing with Ao Xieyun, that skinny martial king had said to him in Ao Xieyun, "If you die in battle, if you can win and survive, when you go back, tell my son not to practice martial arts for the rest of his life. Please give him a few acres of land and let him find a wife to farm." Now, that person was also lying there. Only his head was left. Even his body couldn't be found. Chu Yang didn't know why he would feel this way. Why did he tell his son not to practice martial arts for the rest of his life? But he knew that this person, as a father, must have his reasons for saying this. Vengeance in the martial world, the intertwining of gratitude and grudges, added to the beauty of blood. But how much familial love was lost and how much common life was missed? "I will help you pass on these words," Chu Yang said silently. Then, he raised his head and quietly closed his eyes. "Brothers, rest in peace. If there is a next life, we will be friends again and fight again." Under Mo Tianji's command, the battlefield rescue team rushed out quickly, but they met with resistance. Other than those who had already fainted, Those who had broken arms and legs refused to go back to rest. We want to clean up the battlefield. We want to stay. We want to personally send our brothers and our enemies into the lake of despair. We hope that they can live and work peacefully in the lake of despair. There are no grudges in the lake of despair. Faced with these people's stubbornness, the battlefield rescue team could only choose to move the unconscious people away and return silently. Everyone seemed to be carrying out a solemn ceremony. They gathered the corpses on the ground, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies. Then, they carried the corpses in pairs and walked towards the lake of despair. Their expressions were so solemn, so respectful, and so sorrowful. Just a moment ago, they were still fighting with their lives on the line, slashing viciously at their enemies. In the blink of an eye, they had become like this. It was as if they were mourning for their loved ones. They were heartbroken, respectful, and nostalgic. Such a scene, such a change in mood, seemed abrupt. It didn't seem right. But everyone present, including the great clans and those who held the law, felt that this was how a real man should behave. This was how the lake of despair should be. Therefore, none of them made a sound. They only watched quietly and respectfully. More than 300 people were slowly cleaning up the battlefield. They didn't even let go of a drop of blood. They respectfully held it up and sent it into the lake of despair. The speed of cleaning was extremely slow, but everyone seemed to be more patient and tolerant at this moment. As the corpses of the deceased were thrown into the lake of despair, ripples slowly appeared on the surface of the lake. Circle after circle of ripples gradually spread out, merging into one piece after another. It was as if the dead were bidding farewell to the living. The sky was gloomy. Slowly, the cold wind whistled. It actually started to snow. Tomorrow would be the final battle of the martial emperors. Another batch of corpses of heroes would be added to the lake of despair, which hadn't changed since ancient times. Gu Duxing stood quietly in front of his tent. As he watched this scene, he thought about the final battle that should belong to him tomorrow. Suddenly, his heart trembled with excitement. He raised his eyebrows and sword energy surged to his chest. With a clang, the black dragon sword actually jumped out of its scabbard. It shone with a cold light and lay across the sky. All the experts present, including the great clans and those who held the law, were caught off guard. The long swords at their waists let out a crisp sword sound at the same time. It was as if they were about to struggle out. They worshipped the king. The sword emperor appeared, and all swords submitted to him. Instantly, a wave of astonished gazes looked over from all directions. Chapter 698. That night, Gu Duxing stood alone in front of his tent. He didn't move at all for the entire night. Heavy snow fell from the sky. Gu Duxing quickly became a snowman. However, he seemed to have entered a strange state. He didn't care about anything around him. Chu Yang sat quietly about 70 to 80 feet in front of him. He didn't say anything and didn't move. Soon, he also became a snowman. Behind him, in the tent, under the flickering candlelight, Mo Tianji held a book in one hand and read it quietly. GMO, Luo Ku Di, Dong Wushang, Rui Butong, Tan Tan, Xie Danqiong, Ao Xie Yun, and the rest sat quietly in different parts of the tent. Their eyes seemed to be open, and they were all resting. However, an invisible aura spread out from the tent and faintly formed a large circle with Chu Yang outside. It shrouded Gu Duxing, who was immersed in his epiphany, and protected him inside. Gu Duxing's state was very rare. It was a crucial stage on the path of martial arts. He couldn't be disturbed by anyone. Therefore, all the brothers acted as his protectors without prior agreement. They didn't sleep for the entire night. They weren't the only ones who didn't sleep for the entire night. It was as if the members of the dominant clans had discovered a treasure. They were also observing Gu Duxing's side from all directions. Even the enforcers were waiting quietly. Tian Bu Hui didn't do anything. He was warned by the enforcers. Before the battle between martial emperors begins, no one is allowed to act rashly. This warning was obviously biased towards Gu Duxing. Tian Bu Hui was so angry that his stomach almost exploded. The enemy was breaking through right in front of him, but he couldn't disturb him. What kind of logic was this? Waiting for him to break through so that he could kill us? And the enforcers were so unfair, however. Tian Bu Hui had misunderstood. The enforcers weren't just biased. A sword sovereign. He was rare even in the upper three heavens. He was a legendary existence. There were many martial monarchs and martial saints in the dominant clans. However, how many of them were called sword sovereigns? One had to know that each of these large clans had tens of thousands of years of heritage. Didn't they know how powerful sword sovereigns and sword sovereigns were? How could they not nurture them? However, after 10,000 years, how many had they nurtured? Not to mention that it was actually a sword emperor who hadn't even reached the age of 20. Moreover, it was obviously not primary stage 1. The shock this brought to everyone was simply unparalleled. No matter who it was, being able to witness the process of a sword emperor's breakthrough was extremely beneficial. Yishiyu praised in a low voice, "This little guy looks even more abnormal than my elder brother." My elder brother was already 22 years old when he broke through to the first stage of Sword Sovereign. This guy is obviously only 10 years old and definitely not 20 years old. And from the looks of it, he's about to break through to the second or third stage. What a monster. Although his voice was still feminine, because he was whispering in a low voice, it was not coquettish. Be quiet. The Yi clan's expert bodyguard beside him hastily reminded him. I know. Yishiyu rolled his eyes and twisted his waist. The guard immediately rolled his eyes and slapped his own mouth in regret. Look at my mouth. I made him whine again. The people from the other aristocratic families didn't say a word. They just watched quietly, afraid that they might miss something. Even the cultivators didn't look away, looking at the two people in the snow below, one sitting and one standing, and feeling the vigilant aura. Everyone felt touched. If I break through to the next stage, will there be people protecting me like this? Chun Fei Chin's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at Chu Yang and Gu Duxing, who were already covered in snow, and said slowly, in my life, I hate brothers like this the most. For people like this, it's good to have one friend. The others will naturally acknowledge you. But if you want to kill them for revenge, you must kill them all. If you let any one of them escape, there will be endless trouble in the future. If you kill one of these people, the others will give up all their goals in life. They will spend their lives with revenge as their ultimate goal. This is the scariest, Qin Fei Chun said indifferently. At the side, a bodyguard sighed and said, the scariest thing isn't the person, but friendship. Nonsense. Qin Fei Chun said disdainfully, this is a bunch of one-track-minded idiots. He paused and tilted his head strangely, saying, why do I have a premonition that in the future, I will definitely become enemies with these people? The two bodyguards were stunned. The snow continued to fall, getting heavier and heavier. It was already late at night. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing had already completely turned into two snowmen. Even their hair and clothes were not exposed. Chu Yang suddenly felt something. He raised his head slightly. The snow fell for a while. He looked at Gu Duxing and closed his eyes again. Just now, he suddenly felt that the place where Gu Duxing was originally standing had suddenly lost Gu Duxing's aura. It was as if Gu Duxing had suddenly disappeared from this world. But at a glance, Gu Duxing was clearly still standing there quietly. When he closed his eyes, he felt that there was still an emptiness there. Unity of heaven and man. The white-bearded cultivator's face was solemn. He said seriously in a low voice, as if he was afraid of waking up Gu Duxing, who was in this state. But in reality, he was almost 3,000 feet away from Gu Duxing. At such a distance, if it was an ordinary person, even if it was not snowing, they would not be able to see anything. After a while, a lonely and desolate aura suddenly spread between heaven and earth. But in this lonely aura, it seemed to be filled with traces of concern, traces of reluctance. It was as if a person who was at the peak of the world was looking at the world in endless loneliness with pity and reluctance. Because there, he was concerned about it. What is going on? This is obviously contradictory. Ling Han Shui's beautiful eyes revealed a puzzled look. Since it is the lonely swordsman, there is Gu Duxing. How can he still enter such a lonely state? This was the doubt that everyone had. But although they did not understand, everyone already understood. Everyone was experienced and knowledgeable. How could they not feel that even if there was concern, the lonely swordsman was still the lonely swordsman? So this Gu Duxing sword was still the lonely sword emperor. This was also the sword intent of this sword emperor. Everyone closed their eyes and tried to understand the heavenly Tao of this lonely sword emperor. Even if they could not understand it, they could understand some of the aura and comprehend it. Loneliness filled the air and spread far and wide. When it filled the entire world, it suddenly retracted and disappeared without a trace. Did you break through? The white-bearded wielder opened his eyes and sighed regretfully. I didn't get anything. No, it was not a breakthrough. It was still a breakthrough. Then, he was shocked by what he saw. Another long silence. Gu Duxing once again fell into a state of emptiness. It was already 4:00 in the morning. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling spread out endlessly. And this time, every expert who tried to understand this state hurriedly retracted their divine senses. Their hearts were filled with lingering fear and shock at the same time. Because when they came into contact with this state, they quickly felt that they had forgotten everything. Yes, forgotten. It was as if in such a state, everything in their past had quickly disappeared from their memories. And Gu Duxing, who was standing there motionlessly, seemed to be floating at this moment. He had forgotten everything and forgotten everything. He had forgotten this heaven, forgotten this earth, forgotten this world. A sword intent seemed to have been forgotten by the world. It was wandering aimlessly in the sky. Wherever it floated, sword energy would fill the sky. How is this possible? The white-bearded cultivator stood up in shock. How can a sword emperor comprehend two completely different sword intents at the same time? Not only him, the others also opened their eyes in shock. Many people stood up. They did not know that this was the sword intent that Gu Duxing had comprehended after the battle with Tu Qianhao. Unruffled emotions. Unruffled emotions, great technique. Now, Gu Duxing was in a state that even he could not grasp. But the spiritual power that he had displayed could be regarded as the great technique of unruffled emotions that Tu Qianhao had spent his entire life researching in his previous life. If he could release this kind of concept at will when he was conscious, then he would have reached the point where he would have some achievements. Suddenly, Gu Duxing's body trembled slightly. In the snow-covered land, a wisp of melancholy, loneliness, endless desolation, and ethereal silence gently came out. A sword across the sky, towards the peak. Life is saved. Turning around, it is empty. Where is the world? A soulmate is rewarded. When I want to look back, I have already forgotten. The white-bearded cultivator's eyes shone brightly. His hands trembled slightly. His white beard fluttered and trembled as he listened to this poem. Perhaps this was a sword technique. He seemed to have felt Gu Duxing's state of mind. As a saint-level expert, he was the only one who was qualified to interpret these 4 lines of Gu Duxing's sword technique. But after he interpreted them, this saint-level expert felt even more depressed. A sword across the sky towards the peak. As a sword emperor, there was nothing else other than the sword. A sword emperor was originally so lonely. This sentence sounded very heroic, but in fact, it was the state of mind of a lonely swordsman. But the next sentence clearly went from the realm of loneliness to the realm of being free and easy like flowing clouds and flowing water, yet at the same time, it was also a realm of frustration. No matter how hard one works, victory or defeat will become nothing in the blink of an eye. This was contradictory to the previous sentence. Since everything became nothing, then what was the point of working hard? So, it became an exploration of life, and a passive one at that. Where is the world's soulmate? This sentence clearly changed. His state of mind had changed 7 to 8 times in these 3 sentences. How could he cultivate to be a sword emperor with such a complicated state of mind? This sentence was obviously filled with disappointment, loneliness, and desolation. But in fact, if one listened carefully, one could tell that this sentence was indeed somewhat proud. And where is the world's soulmate? It was not that there was no soulmate. When I want to look back, I have already forgotten. This sentence had completely entered the state of forgetfulness. But it was also when I want to look back. Then, Why do I have to look back? So, although I have forgotten, I am still me. Concern is still concern. This was a circle from the beginning. After one round, it returned to the beginning. But this was already different from the beginning. It had already transcended. The white-bearded cultivator was depressed. He understood it completely, but he could not cultivate it all. Chapter 699. No wonder people say that the realm of a sword sovereign will never be repeated. Every sword intent would only belong to a single person. This person's death will be the end. Even after billions of years, there will never be a repeat. The white-bearded enforcer mumbled, I see. It's really so. It seems like today's battle will be a solo performance by this sword sovereign. No wonder people say that a sword sovereign needs a sacrifice to achieve a breakthrough. And this sacrifice must be a great loss of life. The next moment, Gu Duxing let out a clear roar and shook violently from the pile of snow on his left. The pile of snow on his left suddenly exploded and half of his body was exposed. A solitary sword aura was emitted. They rushed up into the boundless snowy sky. It was sharp and powerful. It was brilliant and unparalleled. Third-grade sword sovereign. The white-bearded enforcer was shocked. But why is only half of his body exposed? Could it be? Then, there was another explosion. The pile of snow on Gu Duxing's right suddenly exploded and his entire body was exposed. A sword will of the emotionless sword also exploded from the right side of his body. The black dragon sword issued a loud and clear sword cry and suddenly unsheathed itself from the scabbard. It carried a wisp of arrogant disdain and flew straight up into the sky. It swallowed and spat out sword light in midair and looked down on the world with disdain. Gu Duxing's entire body seemed to have been separated into two halves. One was lonely and the other was emotionless. These two different sword wills were reflected on his body and also separated his body into two halves. However, it was in the same body as him. Unified, perfect embodiment. He is indeed a sword sovereign with two attributes. The white-bearded enforcer took in a breath of cold air. His eyes suddenly emitted a burning glow. Gu Duxing's artistic conception had enveloped Chu Yang from the start till the end. Or rather, Chu Yang had always been at the core of Gu Duxing's artistic conception. When Gu Duxing felt the depths of the Sword of Solitude, Chu Yang also felt the loneliness that came from the depths of love. Gu Duxing's loneliness was not the loneliness of being at the top of the world. It was the loneliness of not having anything else other than his sword. The loneliness of not having anything else other than his emotions. Gu Duxing's state of mind was just that stubborn. At the same time of this breakthrough, he opened up his heart completely to his friends. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the sword could one achieve the pinnacle of the sword. Only by being extremely emotional could one be loyal to their feelings. You can forget your feelings. Forgetting one's feelings wasn't about forgetting. Instead, it was about integrating one's feelings into this world, coexisting with heaven and earth. For eternity, this love had a life of its own. Just like Gu Duxing's sword, it now had a life of its own. Gu Duxing had already broken through to the third stage of Sword Emperor. However, Chu Yang was still sitting there. He was still immersed in the artistic conception of Gu Duxing. In such a place of sword intent, he actually couldn't help but think of Mo Qinggu. Then, another scene seemed to appear in his heart. In that instant, his heart ached. His heart was like the sun setting in the mountains, the light fog gradually thickening. It was almost at this moment that Chu Yang lost himself. Purple bamboo forest. Her red clothes were like blood, and the purple bamboo fluttered in the wind. She was peerless in her generation, and her gaze was filled with sorrow. If I dance for you, I won't suffer for the rest of my life. If you watch my dance, I won't be alone in life or death. His red clothes fluttered, dancing for you in this life. Even if he was mercilessly abandoned, he would still dance for you. Even if it was bitter, he wouldn't be bitter. Because he didn't dance lightly, this dance was for a lifetime. Wrapped in the snow, Chu Yang sighed softly, feeling extremely disappointed. In this state of complete solitude, he completely understood Gu Duxing's sword intent. However, Because of this sword intent, he thought of something else. Gu Duxing's sword intent, Gu Duxing's feelings, Chu Yang already completely understood. But he only understood, he wouldn't cultivate it. Moreover, after understanding it, he abandoned himself outside of Gu Duxing's sword intent. Because this was Gu Duxing's sword intent, but Chu Yang had Chu Yang's sword intent. Therefore, it was one thing for Chu Yang to understand it, and another for him to comprehend his own sword intent. Just like how Gu Duxing couldn't forget Gu Miaoling. But Chu Yang's heart was Mo Qingwu. Gu Miaoling and Mo Qingwu were not the same person. It was the same for his sword intent. However, because Gu Duxing comprehended his sword of solitude, his sword of oblivion, because of his feelings, this feeling moved Chu Yang's heart. Therefore, he sighed. There was never a moment when he missed Mo Qingwu so urgently and so bitterly. Whether it was the Mo Qingwu of the previous life, or the Mo Qingwu of this life. Because you danced for me in the previous life, I'm willing to suffer for you in this life. Qingwu, I'm waiting for you. Waiting for you to grow up. White snow drifted down, and Gu Duxing's voice came from outside the snow pile. Do you understand? Chu Yang sighed. What about you? Do you understand? Gu Duxing smiled. Although Chu Yang was trapped in the snow and couldn't see Gu Duxing smile, he could imagine that Gu Duxing smile must be very blissful. I understand. This time, I've comprehended third stage sword sovereign. This is a very insignificant matter. Gu Duxing smiled and said, most importantly, I understand the direction of my life. I practice the sword, be it solitude or oblivion, not to kill people. It's to protect. Protect Sister Xiaomiao. Protect my brothers. Protect all the people I care about. Gu Duxing said, since it's to protect, then, when you protect, you must oblivion. Because to protect is to protect. Chu Yang smiled gently. My sword is different from yours, but we both do it to protect. Chu Yang remembered that when he had just been reborn, he once said to his master, Meng Chaoran, practicing the sword is to kill people. But now, Gu Duxing said, practicing the sword is not to kill people. It seemed very contradictory, but now Chu Yang only knew that what he said at that time was wrong. Because at that time, he was still immersed in the martial arts realm of his previous life. Gu Duxing's current realm had completely surpassed his previous realm, including his state of mind. Therefore, Gu Duxing had already formed his own path of martial arts. Gu Duxing gave a carefree smile and said, in the end, it's all about one sentence. Martial arts is about protection. Chu Yang pondered for a long time, and finally, he burst out from the snow pile with a bang. He laughed and said, that's right. Actually, this is the reason. The martial arts path is actually because this world is not safe. Ordinary people can't protect their own things, so I want to strengthen myself to protect the things I care about. This is a process. This process forms a pattern, and it becomes the martial arts path. This time, it was Gu Duxing's turn to be stunned. He frowned and said, what are you talking about? Chu Yang laughed and said, that's it, that's it. Chu Yang suddenly became cheerful. He felt that he had never been so cheerful before. He also didn't understand why he suddenly thought of this, why he suddenly thought it through and became cheerful. But from now on, his mood suddenly became better. Chu Yang stood up, laughed twice, and walked into the tent. Facing the crazy eyes of the brothers, he laughed twice and scolded, motherfucker. Everyone was stunned. Gu Duxing stood outside for a long time. He scratched his head and said inexplicably, what did Gu Duxing do to me just now? What is all this nonsense? He thought about it for a long time, but to no avail. He recalled everything he said, and it seemed that he didn't know how to make Chu Yang behave like this. Finally, the more he thought about it, the more incredulous it was. He finally gave up and muttered, with boss, I really can't speak like a normal person. I can't understand it with a normal person's thinking. He's a real weirdo. He shook his head and finally went into the tent. This night, Chu Yang and the rest were so excited that they didn't sleep. On the other hand, Tianbu Hui was so depressed that he couldn't sleep. The most painful thing in life was to see the enemy that he was going to fight in the morning break through right in front of his eyes. Furthermore, this enemy was the one who had the most destructive power, and the one who could affect the outcome of the battle the most. Of course, this wasn't the saddest thing. The saddest thing was that he could only watch as his enemy broke through, but he couldn't do anything to stop him. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that if he tried to stop him now, he might not succeed. But if he didn't do anything, the enemy would definitely break through. Yet, at this moment, a law enforcement officer appeared and told him, "If you dare to stop him, I'll kill you right now. I won't let you wait until the battle tomorrow. I'll kill you." How could Tianbu Hui not be heartbroken by this? How could he not complain about the unfairness of the heavens? Thus, Tianbu Hui's heart was frying. Finally, he gathered everyone. The battle between the martial emperors is at daybreak. But at this moment, Gu Duxing broke through. He's a sword sovereign. Tianbu Hui's face darkened. Once he breaks through, it'll be even harder to stop him. Originally, the difference in strength between both parties was very small. If we allow him to unleash his full potential tomorrow, we'll have an 80% chance of losing. In the battle between the martial emperors, we've lost all our martial emperors. If the battle between the martial emperors happens, we'll lose all our martial emperors again. Then, even if we win, what can we do? Tianbu Hui smiled viciously. In this battle, the elites of the upper three heavens will all be buried. Perhaps, in the end, only one of us will be left. The martial saint from the Shur clan from the upper three heavens. Everyone was silent. Such a thing could really happen, because the final victor would have to kill all the losers. This was the rule of the battle at the Lake of Despair. The losers couldn't leave the mountain. If all the martial emperors and martial emperors died, only a few old martial emperors and an invited martial saint were left. Then, even if they won, what could they do? What Lord Tian means is, the Zhao and Li clan masters asked at the same time. Kill Gu Duxing. Tianbu Hui's eyes flashed. Our battle can't be like the battle between the martial emperors. We have to gather the strongest martial emperors and kill Gu Duxing, who just broke through to the sword sovereign level. Don't let him unleash his sword power. Everyone's faces darkened as they nodded their heads. A sword sovereign was invincible in the upper three heavens when he unleashed his sword power. When Gu Duxing was just a grade 1 sword sovereign, he could fight against a grade 1 martial emperor when he unleashed his sword power. Then, how powerful would a grade 3 sword sovereign be? It was obvious. Lord Black Devil, you're the most experienced when it comes to assassinations. What do you think about this? Tianbu Hui straightened his body and asked seriously. This chapter started at 7:30 p.m. last night. 13 hours had passed. I'm really devastated. I should have just written about the battle. It's so good to write about the battle. I don't have to think about it. I just have to shout a few times and kill a few people, but I've spent 13 hours writing this. Although I've sent it to all of you, I'm still not satisfied. This fucking torment. I've only spent 20 minutes writing about Tianbu Hui. This means that I've been tormented for 12 hours by the things I've written. Chapter 700. He laughed coldly and said, The Black Devils have assassinated many people before, but we have never killed a sword sovereign. He looked at Tianbu Hui coldly and said, I can assassinate a saber emperor. I can even assassinate a martial monarch. However, to a sword sovereign who is full of sword energy, assassinate? Master Tian, do you know what a sword sovereign is? The Black Devil mocked him mercilessly. A sword sovereign is the sharpest in the world. No matter how good an assassin is at concealment, he can only fight a sword sovereign head-on. He will never assassinate. Do you understand? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The Black Devil was right. Even against a normal supreme martial artist, he could use a sneak attack. As long as he was good at it, he could do something unexpected. However, a sword sovereign, a sword was the sharpest weapon in the world. Due to the sharpness of the sword, a person who cultivated to the sword emperor level was equivalent to turning himself into a sword. How could he launch a sneak attack against a divine sword that was constantly revealing its edge and choosing who to kill at any given moment? Tianbu Hui said plainly, Lord Black Devil, you have misunderstood me. We can't assassinate in the battle. Therefore, I am talking about assassinate. Assassinate. In other words, There is a way to kill this sword sovereign at the start of the battle, even if we have to pay a price. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. The Black Devil thought for a while and said slowly, "If that's the case, it's not impossible for us Black Devils. However, the price we have to pay will be very high." "What is it?" Tian Bu Hui was excited. He was most worried about the sword sovereign, Gu Duxing. The battle of the martial emperors seemed to be at a lower level. However, it was a strong force. Since they had lost the battle of the martial emperors, they couldn't lose the battle of the martial emperors. "Lord Black Devil, don't worry. Since the Black Devils have paid the price, the Black Devils will be compensated accordingly in the next 3 days," Tian Bu Hui said seriously. He knew that the Black Devil was prejudiced against him. Therefore, he swore an oath. The Black Devil snorted and said after a while, "The Black Devils have 5 gold-ranked assassins and 3 jade token assassins. We need to use these forces to attack together. I will fight the Sword Sovereign, Gu Duxing, head-on. Then the others will take the opportunity to attack. However, I am already a martial monarch. One of the 3 supreme jade tokens is also a martial monarch." The Black Demon frowned and said, "How can I fight in the battle of martial emperors? That's a problem." Tian Bu Hui frowned. This was indeed a problem. If there were no enforcers around, this would be possible. However, the law enforcement officers were present. How could he hide this from them? Once he was discovered. Wouldn't that be, unless, of course, he'll be demoted to the emperor level. This way, your cultivation will be greatly damaged, but your mind will still be at the monarch level. If you fight against an emperor-level expert like this, you will still be able to say something even if you are discovered, the Black Devil coldly said. But who would be willing to lower their own level after reaching the monarch level? Everyone's eyes lit up. He frowned deeply again. That's right, a monarch-level expert. Who would dare to lower his rank? And it was before the final battle? Tian Bu Hui furrowed his brows and tried to think of a solution. "Unless," Black Demon said, "unless you have the bone-gnawing, heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower. With the 2 of them working together, he could consume them immediately after the battle to recover his strength. Other than that, it's impossible for me to make such a sacrifice." Instantly, everyone looked at Tian Bu Hui with sparkling eyes. Everyone knew that the bone-gnawing, heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower were the most precious treasures of the Tian clan. Furthermore, they were also heavenly treasures with miraculous effects. The Black Devil said plainly, "If there's such a guarantee, I can use all my strength in this battle. Then, I'll split into teams and scatter among the emperors. I'll take advantage of the chaos to kill Gu Duxing. Furthermore, Quan has already found the best place to ambush. The battle between the emperors is also the time for him to show his prowess. As long as Gu Duxing dies, the battle between the emperors will be won," the Black Devil said plainly. "Of course, there's also a risk. For example, whether the bone-gnawing, heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower are really as the rumors say. That's something we can't be sure of. Of course, if you don't agree, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Tian Bu Hui was instantly pushed to the edge of the fire. He had not foreseen that the matter would come back to him so violently when he had brought it up. The bone-gnawing, heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower had been preserved by the Tian clan for 1,500 years. Moreover, they had spent a lot of effort to cultivate them to maturity. This war was related to the future generations. Therefore, Tian Bu Hui had brought them along. However, how could he bear to give away such precious treasures? However, if he didn't agree now, Tian Bu Hui didn't even dare to think about the consequences if they failed. After thinking for a long time, Tian Bu Hui finally gritted his teeth and said, "Since Lord Black Devil is so confident, the Tian clan will contribute the bone-gnawing, heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower. What's wrong with that? Lord Tian is indeed righteous," the Black Devil said sarcastically. "But how can I trust you?" Tian Bu Hui's eyes were red. "As long as you give me the medicine, I'll immediately destroy my martial monarch level cultivation right here," the Black Devil said viciously. "All right." The 2 of them raised their hands and clapped. The onlookers were impressed. The Black Devil was indeed the most ruthless person in the three heavens. He was willing to pay such a price to kill Gu Du Xing. Tianbu Hui's heart was bleeding, but he still had to smile. After a while, the medicine was brought over. As expected, the Black Demon crippled his martial monarch cultivation in front of everyone. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and gasped for breath. It took him a while to regain his breath. A martial monarch came forward to check his pulse and nodded at Tianbu Hui. Tianbu Hui was delighted. The Black Devil had already fallen to the martial emperor level. Lord Black Devil, thank you for your hard work. Tianbu Hui bowed deeply. He thought to himself, after you kill Gu Du Xing, you won't have the chance to use any treasures. I'll kill you immediately. Won't that be enough? The Black Devil panted for a while and said, don't forget about tomorrow's arrangement. Don't gather the people of the Black Devil clan together. That would be a waste of treasures and a waste of sacrifices. Then, he paused. He said, there's no need to divide the battle between martial emperors into several rounds. Let's just do it like the battle between martial kings. Chaos is the key to victory. Everyone understood that an assassin's killing move was to take advantage of the chaos. If there were fewer people, they wouldn't be able to hide themselves. How could they assassinate? They might as well call it a duel. Tianbu Hui said sincerely this time, that's for sure. The Black Devil kept the bone-gnawing, heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower. Goodbye. He walked out of the door. Let's arrange for tomorrow's arrangement. Tianbu Hui's eyes flashed with a sinister light. We can only win tomorrow's battle. We can't lose. The sky was just starting to brighten. However, a strange scene appeared beside the Lake of Despair. Snowflakes were still floating in the sky, and the sunlight illuminated the horizon. It was snowing on one side of the lake. Furthermore, the hot steam from the Lake of Despair rose. When it came into contact with the sunlight and the snowflakes, it strangely turned into a colorful and magnificent sight. Looking at it, it was like a dream. Suddenly, an empty castle seemed to have appeared between the 2 supreme martial artists' steels. Inside, there were countless pavilions and buildings. Colorful lights flashed and blurred. In this empty castle, there were people coming and going. There were white-robed immortals. They floated around gracefully. It was like a celestial palace in the heavens. Regardless of whether it was the 2 parties, the big clans, or the enforcers, they were all dazzled. They looked on as if they were in a dream. When the sun rose, this scene slowly disappeared. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. They were still reminiscing about it. Chu Yang was stunned. He was confused. These empty pavilions, why do they look so real? Although it was many times smaller than the real world, but there was no need to doubt the quality of the existence of each and every one of the characters. Chu Yang didn't believe that this was an illusion. This was especially so when the 2 supreme martial artists were confronting each other. Could it really be fake? If it was real, then where's this place? Just as everyone was confused, the white-bearded enforcer coughed and said, the battle between the martial emperors begins today. Before he finished speaking, Tianbu Hui said, Enforcer, I have a request. Can the battle between the martial emperors be decided in one battle? The white-bearded enforcer was stunned. He frowned. He was a little unhappy. If that's the case, why did they set the rules in advance? Why don't they all fight at the same time? Once one party dies, it'll be over. The battle between the martial kings was changed once. Now, the battle between the martial emperors is changed again? Is there an end to this? He suppressed his anger and said, we have to ask the other party. Mo Tianji smiled and said, since Brother Tian has such an interest, we have to accompany you. We have to do it even if we can't. The white-bearded enforcer was depressed. Since that's the case, let's start the battle. After he finished speaking, he snorted and sat down on the stage. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said, since that's the case, let's also decide the battle between the martial emperors. He had made a decision. Tianbu Hui was elated and said, yes. He waved his hand, and the martial emperors behind him walked out. Chu Yang, Gu Du Xing, and the rest stood together and watched. Black and white robes of different colors were mixed together messily. It wasn't like the battle between the martial kings, where the clans formed a team. On the other side, under Gu Duxing's lead, the 10 martial emperors also walked out slowly. There were a total of 134 martial emperors in the opposing camp. More than 30 of them looked arrogant and disdainful. It was as if they were afraid that others didn't know that they were from the Sure clan of the upper three heavens. Both parties faced each other. They were 300 feet apart and stood quietly. Gu Duxing stood at the front and whistled. He said sadly, "I didn't expect that I, Gu Duxing, would be able to participate in the battle between the martial emperors today. Life is like a dream, nothing more than this." Chu Yang was also a little emotional. When he met Gu Duxing 2 years ago, he was only a small martial ancestor. Now, he was representing the various clans and leading hundreds of martial emperors. Furthermore, the clan leaders of the various clans were also under his control. No one was dissatisfied. Gu Duxing sighed. However, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, they turned into 2 streaks of sword radiance. He said coldly, "The earlier you die, the earlier you can reincarnate. Come." Chapter 701. Both sides slowly moved towards each other, their auras heavy and heavy. It was very different from the opening of the Battle of the Martial Kings. If not for the heavy killing intent on everyone's faces, one would almost think that this was a group of friends who had arranged to meet here. Emole clutched Dong Wushang's arm tightly, her eyes fixed on the arena. She didn't even blink as her breathing quickened. Dong Wushang looked at her strangely. What's wrong with this girl? Hadn't she always been bold and daring? Why was she so nervous today? Dong Wushang still felt a little uncomfortable with the young lady hugging his arm in public. After struggling for a while, he saw that Emole was hugging him tightly, as if she didn't feel anything at all. He couldn't bear it and stopped struggling. He slowly reached out and touched the back of Emole's hand, holding it comfortingly. Before Emole could say anything, Dong Wushang had already retracted his hand with a red face, his heart beating twice as fast. This kind of action was very easy for any man, but when Dong Wushang did it, the meaning was completely different. God knew how much courage he had to muster to be able to hold a young lady's hand in public. Emole looked at the back of her hand in a daze, as if Dong Wushang's warmth still lingered on it. She couldn't help but feel warm and calm. She quietly raised her eyes and looked at Dong Wushang, only to see that his shoulders were broad and his back was thick, as if he had already held up a solid sky for her, completely covering her from all the wind and rain between heaven and earth. Instantly, she seemed to have someone to rely on and was no longer so afraid. She couldn't help but gently lean on his chest. At this moment, her heart was calm. There was no more panic or worry. There was only her blessing for her father. It can do it. It can definitely do it. There was a long and sinister laugh, and the black demon, who was among the crowd of martial emperors, shouted hoarsely, "Kill!" At the same time, a lonely sword intent suddenly filled the sky without warning. The wind, snow, and wind in midair actually let out a loud clang at this moment. Everyone present was shocked. From martial monarchs and below, everyone's swords were automatically unsheathed at the same time, shining with a cold light. One sword was above the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. The sword chi of the unique and righteous suddenly appeared in the air. The moment it appeared, it was like a sovereign descending upon the world. The sword light flashed. It streaked across the blue dome of heaven and earth in a lonely and forlorn manner. Then, a 5th-grade emperor-level expert on the opposite side was quietly cut into 2 pieces with a schwach sound. He was taking a step forward. Then, his upper body slowly fell to the ground. 2 feet. However, it was as if they had taken root in the snow. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was dead. In fact, the domain of the martial emperor hadn't even had the time to rise. Immediately after, a black-clothed figure appeared, exuding an awe-inspiring loneliness. He appeared in front of the enemy camp. Gu Duxing was expressionless. His face was like ice, his eyes were like black ice, his body was like ice, and his sword was like an ice dragon. In this vast world of ice and snow, he came flying. The black dragon's sword let out a sharp sword cry. He wanted to move unhindered and wreak havoc everywhere. This was the moment. Tian Bu Hui shouted in his heart, "Good chance!" Gu Duxing had already gone into battle alone. All the martial emperor's eyes flashed fiercely. They all saw the sword sovereign who had appeared in the name of the killing god and was looking for sacrifices. There was fear, and murderous intent. Good chance. The Black Devil shouted, "Kill!" Tian Bu Hui excitedly slapped his big chest, making a loud sound. However, Tian Bu Hui's mouth suddenly opened wide. He looked at the scene in disbelief. It was as if he had been completely frozen. He didn't move at all. How is this possible? After a long while, he trembled violently. His face suddenly turned red. He cried out, "Black Devil, Black Devil, I'm going to kill you. 8 generations of your ancestors, you despicable traitor." Boo-hoo. Behind him, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the martial sage from the Shur clan from the upper 3 heavens opened his eyes and mouth in disbelief. This was too unbelievable. In the field, the Black Devil gave the order. All the Black Devil assassins, including the remaining 17 martial emperors, attacked at the same time. The sword light was sharp and the angle was tricky. It killed people like cutting vegetables. Furthermore, wherever the sword light went, it was invincible. There was no one who could withstand the sword light. Heads rolled, blood splattered, and limbs splattered everywhere. It was a hellish scene. This was a textbook example of an assassination. Accurate, sharp, killing in one strike. Everyone who saw this scene understood why the Black Devil was able to dominate the upper 3 heavens. How could he be able to dominate the upper 3 heavens as an assassin who was almost a sacrificial warrior? This kind of assassination method was really elusive. Killing the first batch of people was nothing. They were caught off guard. However, killing the second batch was a demonstration of their strength. They flashed around like ghosts. Their swords flashed. They used the dead bodies to hide themselves. They attacked from all directions. They attacked from all sorts of angles. They attacked from all directions. Killing. One of the Hayamo assassins was clearly charging forward. Everyone thought he was going to rush forward and kill them, but he instantly retreated with the tip of his sword pointing backwards. Everyone thought he was going to catch the people behind him off guard, but his sword came out from under his ribs and pierced the throat of the person on the left. He was holding the sword with his right hand. This sword move was to use one's arm to form a circle around oneself. Then, from the strangest angle, it was to kill someone. There was another person whose sword was broken. He retreated hurriedly. However, his leg flew up. A complete sword suddenly shot out from his leg and pierced the heart of the enemy who was chasing after him. There were still a few Black Devil assassins who were moving. However, they suddenly gathered from all directions. A few swords pierced the body of the enemy furthest away at the same time. The Black Devil was like a fish in water. With a flash of his sword, 2 people beside him were cut into 4 pieces. Then, he pulled his sword out from the mouths of the enemies on his right. The sword on his side was still glowing with blood. A black dagger suddenly appeared in his left hand. It was dim, but it stabbed into the throat of an emperor-level expert on his left. His left hand was counterattacked. He retracted it. The dagger and sword flew out of his hand at the same time. They flew to the back of the group like shooting stars. They killed 2 emperor-level experts who were still in shock. 4 to 5 enemies attacked at the same time. The Black Devil was unarmed. Suddenly, he leaned back. His hands and feet touched the ground at the same time. 4 to 5 people sneered and rushed over angrily. Suddenly, there was a bang from the Black Devil's mouth. Countless needles as thin as cow's hair shot out. They hit the faces of these emperor-level experts. Suddenly, the 4 to 5 people screamed at the same time. They covered their faces and rolled back. Their faces were numb. Their eyes were bloodshot. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these people's eyes were already damaged. However, they did not roll back. The Black Devil who was on the ground had already circled around. A long sword appeared in his hands and feet. He spun on the ground like a praying mat. Puff, puff, puff. His 8 legs were left there. Then, he suddenly stood up. The enemies around him roared and surrounded him. However, they were met with a ball of black fog from his body. The sword light of the black fog flashed, then screams sounded again. The Black Devil's assassination no longer cared about cultivation level. Those who were in his assassination range would die without a doubt. However, this scene stunned everyone on both sides. Because they were killed. They were not killed by Chu Yang's people. They were killed by their own people. In other words, the people they killed were people from the Tian clan, Zhao clan, Li clan, and Li clan, the Tu clan, and even the reinforcements from the upper three heavens. The only people they did not kill were Chu Yang's people. The black waves formed a tidal wave. No, it should be a blood wave. Gu Duxing only killed one person. Then, there was a change in the situation. The other side started fighting fiercely. If not for Chu Yang's reminder, Gu Duxing would have been stunned. But with this reminder in front of him, Gu Duxing remained as calm as ice at this moment. He raised his sword, kill. Striking while the iron was hot, he rushed into the enemy group like a whirlwind. The 15 Emperor-level experts behind him rushed in with a loud bang. Tian Bu Hui's body was cold. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His mind was in a mess. He could not understand why the Black Devil would betray him. Why? The Black Devil had enmity with the Dong clan, Luo clan, Ji clan, Gu clan, and King of Hell Chu. They could not live under the same sky as the Mo clan. They were supposed to be the most reliable and the most solid allies. They actually betrayed him at this moment, even if the Li clan suddenly surrendered, or the two clans suddenly knelt down to the enemy, or even if the heavens collapsed in front of Tian Bu Hui, he would not be as shocked as he was now, because there was no reason for this. Everyone could betray him, but not the Black Devil. Tian Bu Hui even felt that even if he cooperated with Mo Tianji, this was possible. But the Black Devil, but now, the Black Devil had betrayed him. Where could he find a reason for this? There were a total of 137 Emperor-level experts, but 17 Black Devil assassins suddenly turned on them. They stood there like melons and chopped down 43 Emperor-level experts at lightning speed. More than 10 people died in the hands of the Black Devil alone. After this round of brutal assassination, everyone finally regained their senses. They fought desperately with the Black Devil assassins. As for the Emperor-level experts on Gu Duxing's side, not many of them faced the enemy. The most hated thing in the martial world was to be stabbed in the back by one's allies in a battle of life and death. This was the biggest taboo in the entire heavens. The Black Devil had committed the biggest taboo in the martial world. Why? Black Devil, why? Tian Bu Hui stood up suddenly and asked sternly. As soon as he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The Black Devil was now in a tight encirclement. Everyone did not care about their own safety. Their eyes were red as they fought with all their might. The Black Devil did not make a sound. His hair was disheveled, but his eyes were still cold. His black robe was still cold. Terrifying. Screams filled the air. Almost at the same time, 2 Black Devil assassins were chopped into meat paste by the Emperor-level experts. They slashed the ground with all their might. They did not care about anything else. In fact, even though Gu Duxing was leading the Emperor-level experts to kill them from behind, they still didn't care. They didn't block or block. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they just wanted to stab the Heimo assassins with their swords. Their hatred for the Black Devil had reached a point where it could not be resolved in their lifetime. If they died today, they would not be able to rest in peace. Gu Duxing let out a long howl and slashed an Emperor-level expert who was besieging an assassin of the Heimo clan into 2 halves. However, the upper half of the Emperor-level expert's body still flew out with all his might. Even though the lower half of his body had already been separated, he still pounced forward ferociously and bit the shoulder of the Heimo clan assassin. He was already dead, and his internal organs were flowing out of his broken body. However, his eyes were still wide open in anger. The Heimo assassin desperately slashed at his corpse with his sword in palm, turning his body into pieces. However, his teeth were still tightly bitten into the assassin's shoulder, sinking deep into it. Even when the Black Devil assassin was chopped into meat paste, his head was still cut open by someone. His teeth were still inside, This showed how deep his hatred was. Kill the black devil first, Tian Bu Hui shouted angrily. Kill them, no matter the cost. We have to kill him. This be asterisk starred. This be asterisk starred. This be asterisk starred. Tian Bu Hui shouted in despair. Black devil, your 18 generations of ancestors. They had already lost this battle. Everyone could see that. However, no one expected them to lose like this. The battle was even more tragic. All the enemy experts did not care about anything else. Other than attacking the Black Devil, they did not do anything else. When they saw Gu Duxing and the rest, they tried their best to hide. If they could not hide, they tried their best to attack the Black Devil. The Black Devil's cultivation level had just dropped. He had lost his advantage in assassination and was in imminent danger. However, he gritted his teeth and fought with all his might. Even when he was surrounded by enemies, he did not retreat a single step. His body was already injured. Gu Duxing charged forward crazily. However, under the desperate attacks of the enemy, he could not break through. Suddenly, the Black Devil jumped up, covered in blood. His sword flashed and he slashed down again. A human head flew into the air, dripping with blood. However, a deep wound appeared on the Black Demon's body. He suddenly screamed. His voice was still clear on the chaotic battlefield. Everyone could hear it. This voice was still hoarse and sinister. It was still calm. However, it was filled with an indescribable feeling. Dong Wushang, Imole is my daughter. Don't let my daughter down. The Black Devil screamed. Don't let my daughter down. What I owe your Dong clan, can I repay in this battle? The Black Devil screamed. Don't vent your anger on my daughter. Don't bully my lair. Imo Tianji, what I owe your Imo clan, I'll repay in this battle. My daughter will be your sister-in-law in the future. Don't bully her. The Black Demon roared loudly. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and blood spurted out. King of Hell Chu, I'll hand my daughter over to your brothers. The Black Devil screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you going to stop them? For the sake of this old man's battle today, fulfill their wishes. Fulfill my daughter's wishes. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The Black Devil screamed crazily. I owe Chong Tian. I've repaid everything. I've repaid everything. Layer, don't cry. Remember your mother's words. I'll be with your mother. Don't worry about us. Dong Wushang, don't let my daughter down. Don't let my daughter down. Chapter 702. Cries of agony reverberated through the skies. Dong Wushang felt as if he was struck by lightning. He turned around abruptly and looked at Imo Layer beside him. Imo Layer's red lips were wide open. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Endless regret, sorrow, and despair appeared in her eyes at the same time. She had never thought that her father would use such a decisive method to fight for her happiness. She stood there in a daze. She only felt that her mind was blank. What kind of love was so expensive? It needed to be exchanged for by sacrificing her own father? Even if this was exchanged for happiness, was this still happiness? I know that the Black Devils are already at their wits' end. The Zhao and Li clans have already become the vassals of the Tian clan. Tu Qianhao is already dead, but the Tu clan has reinforcements from the upper three heavens. Li Xiongtu's clan has the support of the upper three heavens. The only clan that has no backing and is slightly weaker is the Black Devils. And in this battle, they were even sent as the main force. Tian Bu Hui's intention was not simply to destroy the clans of Dong Wushang, Imo Tianji, and the rest. He also wanted to wear down the Black Devils. Whether the Black Devils fought or not, only death awaited them. There was no way forward and no way back. Since death awaited either way, why not use my death to fulfill my daughter's wish? This should be her father's entire mindset. So he thought this way and did this. Imo Layer trembled all over. But I can't accept this. Although I know that it's a dead end, I still can't accept that my father died for me. If I had known earlier, I would have rather destroyed my clan and my father together. Father, you've been a tyrant all your life. You've never cared about other people's thoughts and feelings. At this moment, you're still so stubborn. You're still so domineering for once. But what about me? How do I have the face to continue living in this world? How do I have the face to accept the happiness that you exchanged for with your life? Emo Laer took a step forward. Her face suddenly turned as white as snow. Then, it turned red like a raging fire. Then, she suddenly cried out and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her body trembled and her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. But when she opened her mouth, it turned into a weak moan. Then, another mouthful of blood quietly slid out of her lips. In the next moment, she silently fell to the ground. He fainted. Dong Wushang subconsciously hugged her. His heart was in a mess for a moment. He finally knew who she was, young Black Devil. But now, he really couldn't remember anything about the terrifying legend of the Black Demon. He only knew that the person in his arms was a woman. This was a woman who needed his care, protection, and comfort. The battlefield was even more tragic. The Black Demon's mask had already fallen off, revealing a skinny face. His face was cold and expressionless. The expression in his eyes was still dark, cold, and calm. His body was already covered with wounds. But he didn't even frown. Black Demon, tell me why. Tian Bu Hui's desperate and furious voice could be heard. Why? The Black Demon muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly laughed towards the sky. Although his laughter was still dark, it was a joyous laughter. Tian Bu Hui, Heimo, have two choices. The Black Demon laughed as he continued to move around. Firstly, my daughter, my family, and I will all sacrifice ourselves for you. Tian Bu Hui. The second choice is to sacrifice myself for my daughter's happiness. Furthermore, I can protect my daughter. The Black Demon was very happy. He even laughed slyly. Tian Bu Hui, why do you think I'm doing this? Tian Bu Hui was so angry that his body trembled. He shouted, if you don't do this, you can still protect your family and your daughter. Bullshit. The Black Demon cursed. Another blade was stabbed in his body. He shouted coldly and stabbed his sword into the chest of a martial emperor. Tian Bu Hui, you have already acknowledged Shi Changfeng as your godfather. Do you think I don't know? Do you think I don't know that you have already formulated a plan to destroy the Black Demon? The Black Demon isn't good at killing people. He's good at concealing himself. Ha ha ha, when you and Shi Changfeng were formulating this plan, did you think that I would be right above your heads? Although I am an assassin, how can a despicable person like you be worthy of me sacrificing myself for you? The Black Demon stood up. His skinny body was covered in blood. He laughed towards the sky. You're not worthy. You're not worthy. Tian Bu Hui's handsome face became twisted. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The scene was already extremely chaotic. There were less than 40 people left on Tian Bu Hui's side. On the other hand, there were only 2 people left from the Black Demon clan. This included the Black Demon himself and the Supreme Assassin who had just fallen from the Martial Monarch level. Gu Duxing's sword was like the wind, rain, and fog. He fought his way in. However, these martial emperors seemed to have lost their minds. They didn't care about him at all. They risked their lives just to hit the Black Demon, kick him, stab him, slash him, and even bite him. One of them flew towards the Black Demon on his sword. Gu Duxing intercepted him in midair. With a slash of his sword, this person was sliced into 2. However, his upper body still carried a bright sword radiance. He rushed into the Black Demon's battle circle and attacked. You have your difficulties, but we have our worries too. You don't want to sacrifice yourself for Tian Bu Hui, but do we deserve to die because of your betrayal? With a loud boom, the Black Demon groaned. He lifted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. A few streaks of sword radiance had already arrived in front of him. He screamed in pain. The Supreme Elder of the Black Demon clan looked at the 2 swords that had already pierced his chest with a ferocious expression. He laughed and shouted, Laer, listen to your father. Then, he used his 2 hands to grab the swords that had pierced his heart. With a snap, the swords of the 2 martial emperors were broken. They couldn't help but rush forward. This Supreme Assassin laughed sinisterly. He pulled out the two broken swords that had pierced his heart and said coldly, "Come with me." With two slashes, the tip of the swords that carried the blood of his heart pierced the chests of the two martial emperors. The three of them screamed at the same time. They used the last of their strength to stab and slash each other with their broken swords. When they fell to the ground at the same time, they had already turned into 3 piles of minced meat. On the other side, the black demon's flesh and blood were flying everywhere. He was in imminent danger. Imole had just woken up. When she saw this scene, she screamed in pain and fainted again. She was still in a coma. Blood kept coming out of her mouth. Dong Wushang's clothes were dyed red. Blood dripped onto the ground. Gu Duxing. Chu Yang let out a long howl and shouted, "The black devil can't die. Get him out of there for me. Even if he wants to die, he can't die now." Chu Yang's heart was burning. He ordered repeatedly, "Don't save him." Mo Tianji wanted to stop Chu Yang from speaking, but it was too late. He couldn't help but sigh. Gu Duxing let out a long cry. Suddenly, the lonely sword intent filled the sky again. At the same time, the world became hazy. It was as if everyone had forgotten something. Sword intent of oblivion. Gu Duxing, the sword sovereign with 2 talents, used his true trump card for the first time in his life. Sword of solitude, sword of oblivion. They were displayed on one of his swords at the same time. He was cold, lonely, oblivion, lonely, and ethereal. However, he was as fast as lightning. Using a posture as if he was sleepwalking, he killed his way in from an unbelievable angle. Slash, 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 slash. The 4 martial emperors put up their protective domains to support the attacks from the outside. They only attacked the black demon crazily. However, Gu Duxing's black dragon sword seemed to ignore the domains. It pierced through their bodies one by one. Then, it kept going in. The 4 martial emperors only felt a chill in their hearts. They were awakened by the sword. Just as they were about to go all out, a lonely sword intent suddenly exploded in their hearts. Their internal organs were shattered at the same time. However, they still had a trace of rationality left. They wanted to go all out, but the sword intent of oblivion had already filled their minds. It was as if at this moment, they were suddenly muddled and forgotten. Then, before they could do anything, they fell down in despair. Gu Duxing's black clothes were completely soaked in blood the moment he attacked. His sword was like the wind. Without stopping, he killed 1 person and entered the innermost part of the encirclement. Outside, dozens of martial emperors launched their strongest attacks at the same time to support Gu Duxing. At this moment, the black demon was already at the end of his rope. With a loud cry, his left hand was chopped off from his shoulder by a sword. The black demon's body trembled. 3 swords stabbed towards his forehead, heart, and throat at the same time. The black demon no longer had any strength to block, parry, or dodge. But right at this moment, Gu Duxing's solitary and emotionless sword intent suddenly filled up the battlefield. The sword light flew up like a dream. When the 3 swords reached their targets, they were inexplicably broken. Then, Gu Duxing's sword turned into a bolt of lightning. Poof, poof, poof. 3 heads jumped up in the air. Gu Duxing's free left hand had already grabbed the black demon's belt. When he grabbed it, the belt broke. The black demon's clothes were already torn. Gu Duxing frowned. He continued to attack with his sword. His hand grabbed the black demon's right shoulder again. With a long roar, the sword light turned into a round pillar of light. It was bright and resplendent. Gu Duxing held his sword in one hand and the black demon in the other. He was like a lonely dragon as he soared into the sky. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Tianbu Hui jumped up and down as he shouted crazily. However, he could no longer do so. There were less than 20 martial emperors left. They were surrounded by more than 80 martial emperors. Their swords and sabers came down on them. The saber light was like a waterfall, and the sword light was like rain. There were continuous screams. The last 3 martial emperors stood upright. They looked in the direction where Gu Duxing had left with the black demon. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. The martial emperors slashed at them with their swords and sabers. However, they were not met with any resistance. Only then did they know that the three martial emperors had already stopped breathing. Chapter 703. Why not? Chu Yang turned and looked at Emo Tianji. Why should I save him? Emo Tianji frowned. If I wanted to save him, Gu Duxing could have saved him from the start without any harm. Emo Tianji said angrily, I wanted to use this opportunity to expose Tian Bu Hui's scheme and deal with the Shi clan of the upper three heavens. I wanted to leave a bad impression on the Shi clan and make it easier for us to do things in the future. Now that the Black Devil isn't dead, the depressed and indignant atmosphere isn't there. Without this atmosphere, the effect will be greatly reduced. Furthermore, it's hard to feel hatred and unfairness. Emo Tianji frowned. Why are you so rash? The Black Devil died a worthy death. He died with a clear conscience. If you let him live, there will be more variables. Chu Yang fixed his eyes on Gu Duxing. He finally understood why Gu Duxing wasn't very enthusiastic at the beginning. This was the reason. Because Emo Tianji had predicted this beforehand, he had arranged for Gu Duxing in advance. However, how could Emo Tianji's position in Gu Duxing's heart be compared to Chu Yang's? Hence, although Emo Tianji had arranged it, Chu Yang's shout made Gu Duxing give up on his original plan. He saved the Black Devil. This was another kind of confrontation. Intelligence and humanity. This was actually a confrontation between Chu Yang and Emo Tianji. Emo Tianji didn't care about the process. He only wanted the results. This was the biggest difference between him and Chu Yang. After a long while, Chu Yang let out a deep breath. He then said in a deep voice, Tianji, I understand your plan. I can also predict what you will do next and what you will say. I also know that your actions will help us achieve twice the results with half the effort in our quest for the upper three heavens in the future. At the very least, if we follow your plan, the Shi clan will be in big trouble. And the Shi clan is one of the dominant clans. If I intervene, I will be completely obstructing your plan. It will give us more resistance in the future that we can avoid and make use of. But I can't just watch the Black Devil die. Tianji, I want the Black Devil to die more than you. Chu Yang looked at Emo Tianji sincerely. Emo Tianji calmed down. He sighed deeply and said, I understand. Yes, Emo can't die now. As an enemy, he is a cunning enemy, but he deserves our respect. Why? Because he was an assassin hidden in the darkness. If he doesn't launch sneak attacks, is he still the Black Devil? Secondly, as a father, he is a qualified father. As a father, he deserves respect and admiration. However, this is not enough for me to ask Gu Duxing to save him. After all, there are countless blood debts in his hands. Indeed, only death can wash them clean and pay them back. Chu Yang slowly paced back and forth and said, I let Gu Duxing save him because of Wu Shang. If the Black Demon dies, what will happen to Emo Lair? What would happen to Dong Wushang? If the blissful Black Demon died just like that, this old bastard would feel that he had done a good job. He would be smiling with all his heart. However, he had fought for his daughter's happiness. What kind of happiness was that? It's more like lifelong torture. If Emo Lair is tortured for life, doesn't that mean Wu Shang is tortured for life? This is a matter for Wu Shang's generation. We can't look at it from the perspective of benefits. Chu Yang said, sometimes, we have to consider humanity and people. Emo Tianji was silent. On one hand, he didn't dare to disagree with Chu Yang's words. On the other hand, he knew that Chu Yang was right. The two of them were silent for a long time. Then, Chu Yang said in a low voice, Tianji, if you were the one who encountered this and not Wu Shang, everyone would make the same choice as me. I don't need to say this. You should be able to guess it yourself. Emo Tianji's body shook, and he raised his head. I have complete confidence in your wisdom. I have full confidence in your planning. I also value your scheming. Chu Yang paced 2 steps and said, but Liu has one request for you. It's the only request I have for you. That is, when you come up with any plans in the future, start with the premise of don't hurt your own people. We can't afford to lose any one of them. If all of you die and I'm the only one left, it would be a waste of effort. There's no meaning. A man's achievement needs someone to share it with. It needs someone to acknowledge it and even purely enjoy it. If I succeed, only I will know. Only I will be happy. What's the point? If one day you reach the peak of the heavenly layer, but Gu Du Xing, Dong Wu Shang, and I are all small, we are all dead. How does it feel for you, Mo Tianji, to stand at the highest point? Have you thought about it? Chu Yang said seriously. After that, he didn't say anything else, because Gu Du Xing had already rushed over with the black demon in his arms. On the battlefield, the outcome was already decided. Chu Yang hurriedly went forward. Mo Tianji stood quietly in the snow and didn't move. He murmured softly, "Everything has to be done from the perspective of, don't hurt your own people. We can't afford to lose any one of them. A man's achievement needs someone to share it with." After a long while, Mo Tianji smiled and muttered to himself, "I originally thought that I was the one who was right. Now, it seems that I'm still right. It's just that I need to adjust my perspective. Sigh, it should be the premise that I need to rest." Then, he shook his head and shook off the snow on his head. He muttered, "Chu Yang is cursing me. What does he mean by he, Gu Du Xing, Dong Wu Shang, and Xiao Wu are all dead? What kind of bullshit was this? Bah, this bastard doesn't have good intentions." He spat twice and turned around to stride back. "How is it?" Chu Yang asked. 5 viscera ruptured, serious injuries. Palm strikes on the head, 2 swords on the back, 7 swords on the front. This is bone deep. Gu Duxing's face was a little grim. His left arm and shoulder are gone. One of his ribs is broken. His left thigh is broken. Half of his right leg is chopped off. One of his ears is gone. His cultivation is all gone. As for other minor injuries, there are countless. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. "Quickly carry her into the tent." Chu Yang waved his hand and led the way. Gu Du Xing followed behind. Dong Wu Shang carried the unconscious Mo Lei Air and was about to follow in. However, a figure flashed in front of him, and Mo Tianji was already standing in front of him. Dong Wu Shang looked at Mo Tianji in confusion. Mo Tianji looked at him apologetically and suddenly bowed deeply. "Wu Shang, I'm sorry." Dong Wu Shang was puzzled. "Sorry?" "Yes, I'm sorry." Mo Tianji straightened up. "Gu Du Xing could have saved her, but I didn't let him do it. Otherwise, the Black Devil wouldn't have been so injured. This is my fault." Dong Wu Shang was relieved and smiled. "You're apologizing to me?" He laughed. "Is there a need to apologize between you and me?" Mo Tianji relaxed and patted Dong Wu Shang's shoulder. The two of them walked in together. Before walking in, Mo Tianji looked at Mo Lei Air and sighed. "In the past, I wouldn't have felt guilty." Mo Tianji thought to himself. Chu Yang had already fed the Black Devil an incomplete version of the heavy pill. His injuries are too serious, especially his shoulder, where there's such a big hole. I can even see his internal organs. With such serious injuries, the medicine can't heal him at all. Now, we can only save his life. As for his recovery, we'll have to wait until he wakes up." Chu Yang's face was very serious as he looked at Dong Wu Shang. Dong Wu Shang nodded. As he spoke, the medicine of the heavy pill flowed. The Black Devil groaned softly and actually opened his eyes. His gaze was still indifferent and cold, but it seemed to have a different charm. It seemed to be longing. He looked around and revealed a disappointed expression. "Haha, so I'm still alive," the Black Devil said softly. His voice was filled with disappointment. "I thought that I would finally be able to see Lei Air's mother." Sigh. Everyone was speechless. "King of Hell Chu," the Black Devil said softly. "What's the matter?" Chu Yang walked up. "In my belt, there's the bone-gnawing, heart-burning grass and 7 wonders exquisite demon," he panted. "I've already ground them into powder and put them in a secret compartment in my belt. Take it out and give it to Dong Wu Shang and Lei Air." Chu Yang nodded and comforted him. "Rest well. You won't die. As for the future, no matter if it's enmity, gratitude, or resentment, we'll talk about it after you recover. It's good enough that I'm still alive." The Black Devil's mouth twitched as if he was smiling. His body relaxed as he lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling of the tent. "But I don't want to recover. I've given up," The Black Devil said quietly, "No matter if it's enmity, gratitude, or resentment. I've given up." Everyone was stunned. "I've spent my entire life killing people. Killing people is my life." The Black Devil laughed hoarsely. "If there's any karma, I won't be able to redeem it even if I reincarnate 10,000 times. Since I can't redeem it, I might as well not redeem it. If I can live, I think I'll just let it be. Even if I can still breathe, I won't be able to live for more than a few years." The Black Devil smiled faintly and said, "Let's just live the last few years peacefully. Just live the life of an ordinary person." "I've really never lived such a life. Dong Wushang, I'll look after the door for you in the future and plant flowers for you. After I'm done with this life, I'll be able to see my daughter Lei Er get married." Dong Wushang hugged Imo Lei Er and was so stunned that he couldn't speak. "The Black Devil is gone." The Black Devil said, "What's my name again?" He thought for a long time and said, "I remember that I'm called Imo Julu, right? Double quotation mark. Then I'll be called Imo Julu from now on." After saying that, the Black Devil smiled and fell asleep as if he had let go of everything. He didn't ask Dong Wushang for anything. When he saw Dong Wushang hugging his daughter, he was completely relieved. His daughter had found a home. How she lived was her own business. He was the father-in-law and didn't care about those things. Everyone was silent for a while. Then, they quietly retreated. The monarch-level battle in the afternoon. Chu Yang looked at the martial emperors who were cleaning up the battlefield and said lightly, "The Shi clan is anxious." Mo Tianji was concerned about something else. He glanced around. "Let me say a few words. Although my family is in a rural area, it can be considered the largest family in our area. There are many people. My grandfather has 5 brothers, my father has 8 brothers, and I also have an aunt. My mother's family is also not small. She has 10 brothers and sisters, 7 of my biological uncles, and 2 of my aunts. As for those who are close by blood, I don't even know how many. And they're basically all old. I'll never think about what will happen tomorrow. Living in the countryside, such things are trivial and complicated. And there will be many things. But there's one thing. I'll say it, but I'll never stop updating. I feel that as an author, this is enough. As for my life, I'm writing about it to let everyone understand that if something happens, take note, it's if I don't update in time or stop updating. Everyone should be mentally prepared and forgive me. In fact, it's just a precaution. That's all. As for earning sympathy, I'll say it coldly. In today's society, who the fuck sympathizes with who? That's all I have to say. If anyone curses my clan again, don't blame me for cursing your ancestors. Especially those who came to the original book review section to curse and curse after reading pirated versions. Who do you think you are? Chapter 704. On the Shi clan's ice and snow platform, Shi Chengyu was already restless. The anger on his face was almost uncontrollable. There were more than 30 martial emperors who had just died. They were all from the Shi clan. Moreover, he had died under such an unimaginable betrayal. How could Shi Chengyu not be heartbroken? How could he not be angry? They deserved it. GMO snorted. The Li clan is also anxious, Chu Yang said plainly. The Li clan's forces in the upper 3 heavens had all been wiped out after the battle with the martial emperors. They were only left with one martial monarch. They were like a seedling in a 3,000-mile area. They were extremely pitiful. How could Li Batian not be anxious? His mission here was to bring the Li clan to the upper 3 heavens. Now, it seemed like he was only going to bring a bunch of spirit tablets back? No. At least there was still Li Xiong too, who was half dead. Master Emoji, I don't think this duel is fair. Tian Bu Hui shouted. There were not many people around him anymore. There were only 7 martial monarchs and 1 martial saint left. Including himself, there was no difference between him and a general without an army. In the battle just now, the Zhao clan master and the Li clan master were all martial emperors. However, they had all died in this battle. The difference between Tian Bu Hui and a general without an army was that there were only 7 of them left. How is it unfair? The white-bearded emoji frowned. The Black Devil's incident was purely a scheme. They arranged it. I think this doesn't conform to the rules of the battle. Tianbu Hui gritted his teeth and shouted, "What a joke." Chu Yang snorted and said, "How is this unfair? We didn't arrange anything. Even if we did, what can you do about it? If you have the ability to plant a spy in our team, we won't say anything. The problem is, you can't. You can't do it. Since you can't do it, then shut up." The white-bearded emoji nodded. "You're right. The battle doesn't allow other people to fight. It doesn't allow people of a higher level to fight. However, there's no rule that says you can't play tricks in the battle." Emotianji said, "Lord Law Enforcer, you're absolutely right. Furthermore, if you're talking about unfairness, I would like to ask you about it. More than 30 Emperor-level experts have mysteriously appeared in your camp. Did all of them fall from the sky?" He sneered and said, "Even if we have Heimo is still a member of the three heavens." Tianbu Hui was speechless. This was what he was most afraid of right now. The white-bearded cultivator looked at him coldly. He didn't say anything and said, "The battle between monarchs will take place immediately." Emotianji whispered into Chu Yang's ear, "There seems to be one more martial monarch-level expert on the other side." Chu Yang nodded heavily. "We have 7 monarch-level experts on our side. The other side has one more than us. They originally had 8 monarch-level experts. However, the 2 black demons withdrew from the martial monarchs yesterday. There should only be 1 martial monarch left. But now, they have 7 martial monarchs. It's obvious that they hid one of them before the battle. 7 against 7. Chu Yang was worried. No matter how one looked at it, the future of this monarch-level battle was uncertain. No one could calculate the real result. They could only rely on their luck. Other than the 2 clan, the Tian clan, and the Li clan, there was no one else. However, the additional 4 people should be the reinforcements from the Shur clan of the upper 3 heavens. The most terrifying ones were those 4 people. On my side, I have 1 from the Dong clan, 1 from the Xie clan, and 5 from the Ao clan. And the greatest chance of victory on my side is the 5 old ancestors of the Ao clan." Emotianji pondered for a while but still couldn't make up his mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Elder Dong, Elder Xie, when the battle starts, you and the 2 martial monarchs of the Ao clan will hold back the 4 people from the Shur clan of the upper 3 heavens. Then, the 3 old ancestors of the Ao clan went all out to deal with the monarchs of the Tian clan, Tu clan, and Li clan. This is the only advantage we can use." Xie Zhiqiu and the others solemnly agreed. This was their only chance. Their greatest reliance was the fact that the 3 martial monarchs of the Tian, Tu, and Li clan did not have much contact with each other, much less any tacit understanding. However, the 3 ancestors of the Ao clan had lived together for hundreds of years. This tacit understanding would be the key to victory or defeat in this battle. However, didn't the 4 monarch realm experts of the Shur family have a tacit understanding? Therefore, they still had no confidence. "Are you confident?" Emotianji's face darkened. He looked at the serious faces of the martial monarchs and asked, "I'm not confident." The oldest martial monarch of the Ao clan shook his head honestly. He was the one with the highest cultivation among them. "I can't see through the martial monarch of the other side at all. Therefore, his cultivation should be higher than mine." Everyone was a little shocked. If the other side had such a strong person, then it was enough to decide the outcome of this battle. Emotianji's expression changed drastically. After a long while, he said word by word with great difficulty, "This battle concerns the future generations. We can't lose. If we are not confident, he repeated this sentence twice. Then, he shut his mouth and looked at these monarch-level experts. Then, he bowed deeply. "If there's no hope of victory, then the only hope is to perish together with them, dragging the other party along with us. If we really want to do this, we have to do it right from the start." He suddenly raised his head and said, "Fight to the death, fight to the death. Seniors, if you step out of this battle, you will die. However, the key is how you die. You have to die with value. How you die, you have to die with strategy." Emotianji smiled bitterly. "I didn't want to say this, but I have no choice. If I don't say it, others won't say it either. If we misjudge the situation because of this, the consequences will be serious. None of us can bear it. Therefore, I can only say it. Everyone was silent. What Imo Tianji said was the cruelest method. It was also the most effective method at the moment. These words were indeed something that only Imo Tianji could say. No one else could bear to say it so directly, although this was the truth. But when said, it was so cruel and heartless. The martial monarch of the Ao clan laughed and said, "We have lived for so long. It is enough. This battle concerns the future generations. We cannot lose. If we fight, we lose slowly, but we will still die in the end. The other side can live. If we fight with our lives, we might even drag them down with us. Then, why not take this price?" Naturally, we old men have thought of this. The 7 martial monarchs smiled at the same time. From now on, the big clans will have to rely on the younger generation. Xie Zhiqiu looked at Xie Danqiong. Xie Danqiong's heart ached. Tears flowed down. Everyone's heart was heavy. They didn't know what to say. Just as Imo Tianji said, "This battle, this step, as long as you take it, you will die." The key was how you die, and how you die. That was all. Just as everyone was worried, this battle finally started. The 14 martial monarchs were all old men with white beards. No one would have thought that a battle between 2 martial monarchs would turn out to be this tragic before the start of the battle. Once the battle started, both sides rushed out as if they were flying. 7 against 7. Everyone had their own target. Xie Zhiqiu smiled faintly. He suddenly sped up and met his opponent. His opponent was the martial monarch of the 2 clan. The two of them knew each other. This martial monarch of the 2 clan was obviously filled with emotions. Looking at Xie Zhiqiu rushing over, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and said, "Old Xie," but before he could finish his words, he saw Xie Zhiqiu approaching like a shooting star. His heart skipped a beat. He pointed his sword forward. But what was even more unexpected was that Xie Zhiqiu didn't dodge his probing sword at all. Xie Zhiqiu's sword blocked slightly and pierced into Xie Zhiqiu's chest. Xie Zhiqiu's body smashed into his chest like a thunderbolt. A thin and long sword pierced into his heart. At the same time, he wildly punched and kicked the chest of this martial monarch of the 2 clan. There was a cracking sound. The two of them separated. This martial monarch of the 2 clan only had time to throw 2 punches before he collapsed. Xie Zhiqiu only had time to hurriedly say, "Don't hate me. Let's fight again in the yellow spring. I will accompany you." Then, he turned around and left. This martial monarch of the 2 clan looked at him in surprise. Finally, he smiled and closed his eyes. He understood Xie Zhiqiu's words. He understood. Because his sword had also pierced into Xie Zhiqiu's heart. Xie Zhiqiu must die. "Old bastard. You are so despicable. I will wait for you in the yellow spring." Xie Zhiqiu jumped up with the sword in his chest. His body was bathed in blood. He entered the battle between the martial monarchs of the Li clan and Dong clan like lightning. He didn't dodge or hide. He took 3 swords, 7 kicks, and 1 punch from his opponent. Then, he chopped off half of his opponent's shoulder. The martial monarchs of the Dong clan roared at the same time. They chopped this martial monarch of the Li clan in half. Xie Zhiqiu was also chopped in half. Then, he left and rushed to another battle ring. "Old friend, don't blame me. We will settle accounts in the yellow spring. I will be there." Xie Zhiqiu used a suicidal attack. It was like a thunderbolt flashing. He finished the battle in an instant. He also finished himself. This scene was so fast that people couldn't see it clearly. It was already over. There was only 1 martial monarch left on his side. At the same time, a martial monarch of the Ao clan and a martial monarch of the Shi clan of the upper 3 heavens laughed bitterly and fell down together. They were just like Xie Zhiqiu and the other 2. They had first paid with their lives and then killed each other. However, this martial monarch of the Ao clan wasn't as lucky as Xie Zhiqiu. He didn't have time to use his last life to fight again. However, he finally succeeded in dragging someone with him. The other martial monarch of the Ao clan successfully fought against a martial monarch of the Tian clan. The 2 of them chopped off each other's sword-wielding hands. Then, the 2 of them hugged each other. They were martial monarchs. However, they were like hooligans fighting on the streets. They punched and kicked each other. You beat me to death. I beat you to death. Then, the two of them stopped moving. The two old men with white beards looked at each other with blood on their faces. Their eyes were full of understanding. Chapter 705. The two martial monarchs smiled at each other as they fought. They were different from the martial monarchs in the upper three heavens who relied on elixirs and resources to reach this stage. They relied on the accumulation of time and their own hard work, as well as thousands of killings. Hence, at their age and realm, they were already indifferent to life and death. The only thing they couldn't let go of was their descendants. Their descendants were the reason why they were fighting today. Now that they were going to die together, it was the best ending for them. They could answer to their descendants, and they could answer to themselves. Hence, they didn't feel any reluctance or despair. Instead, they felt relaxed and relieved. Finally, it was over. Then, they laughed and slashed at each other's throats. Then, their bodies twitched at the same time and they stopped moving. The four martial monarchs and the remaining three martial monarchs from the Shur clan were engaged in a crazy battle. Even if I die, I will kill the enemy. Even if I die one by one, I will drag one down with me. Such a terrifying mentality, such a cruel battle, caused every spectator to tremble in fear. Martial monarchs were supposed to fight in the air like celestials. Even if they died in battle, there would be an extreme sense of beauty. But now, it was a completely different matter. The battle started with blood and death. As soon as the battle continued, severed limbs flew all over the sky. The three martial monarchs of the Shur clan were in a sorry state. The few of them didn't want to risk their lives. They weren't as open-minded as the Tian clan, Tu clan, and Li clan. I'm only here to help. What does it matter to me who wins or loses? Furthermore, I'm not here to help. I have other things to do. With such a mentality, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to fight against the four martial monarchs who were risking their lives. They could only defend and didn't dare to attack, because when they attacked, they would give the others a chance to attack. These four martial monarchs were even willing to sacrifice their lives to chop off one of their arms. To such an extent, was this still a battle between humans? The three martial monarchs complained in their hearts. Even when they were fighting against the Three Stars Divine Clan and the spiritual beasts, it wasn't as tragic as this. However, they didn't have the chance to retreat or admit defeat in this battle. This was the Lake of Despair. It was a standard place for decisive battles to take place under the supervision of the Dharma Executor and surrounded by the supreme martial artist's divine sense. The only way to end the battle was for one side to be completely wiped out. He would not rest until he was dead. Fortunately, that fourth-grade monarch-level expert was doing his best to defend. So, he was barely able to maintain the current stalemate. However, it was obvious that this was not a long-term solution. What should we do? One of the monarch-level experts asked anxiously as he blocked the enemy's attacks in a flurry. What else can we do? Kill them. The monarch-level expert, who was the leader of the group, was very angry. Damn it. If something like this happens in the future, I'll run as far as I can. Damn it. I thought that this time I came to the upper three heavens to catch snails with my 5 fingers, or to be a tiger in a group of monkeys. Who would have thought that I would have to pay with my life? This fucking world is too wonderful. But how do we kill them? The monarch-level expert who asked the question was on the verge of tears. You make it sound as easy as farts. How can I not know that I can get out of this predicament by killing them? But the problem was, how could he kill him without paying a price? Kill them however you want. The monarch-level expert from the Shur clan was distracted for a moment and was almost pierced by 4 swords at the same time. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. After cursing, he stopped talking and focused on the enemy. However, the remaining 3 monarch-level experts from the Ao clan and the Dong clan's monarch-level experts' attacks were getting more and more intense. The more the other party defended, the more likely it was for them to perish together. Finally, there was a scream. A monarch-level expert from the Shur clan could not help but expand his sword a little. However, The Dong clan's monarch-level expert rushed into the swordlight with his sword. Blood splattered everywhere as the Dong clan's monarch-level expert pounced over ferociously. He was already close. The Shur clan's monarch-level expert shouted and stabbed his sword madly. The Dong clan's monarch-level expert smiled calmly. He did not even look and suddenly turned his body. He forcefully stopped the sword that pierced his chest and ruthlessly chopped off the right shoulder of the Shur clan's monarch-level expert. Then, he leaped up and endured the attacks of the other two experts. He hugged the Shur clan's monarch-level expert tightly and opened his mouth. His white teeth sank deep into the throat of the Shur clan's monarch-level expert. Blood spurted out with a puff. The Shur clan's monarch-level expert's arm and shoulder were broken. He was screaming in pain when he was held tightly by the other party. Then, he could not scream anymore and the two of them fell down together. There was one less person. That fourth-grade monarch knew that he could not drag on any longer. Once he was left alone, the situation would be even worse. He waved his sword and fiercely swung it. The vigorous spiritual chi even made the sky tremble. The sword pierced out with a terrifying explosive force. Even if you want to perish together with me, if you take this sword head-on, you will be completely blown apart by the sword chi. You can't attack me at all. However, the two monarch-level experts of the Ao clan did not dodge. They laughed and rushed forward. The sword pierced into the chest of the first monarch. However, in this short moment, the monarch had already thrown out his sword. The sword was like a bolt of lightning. The sword chi exploded in the body of the Ao clan's monarch. At the same time, the monarch of the Ao clan was still rushing forward. The exploded flesh and blood splattered all over the Shur clan's monarch's body and face. The sword had also pierced deeply into his shoulder. Then, it came out of his body, opening up a transparent bloody hole in his shoulder. He screamed in pain and retreated hastily. However, the other martial monarch of the Ao clan had already rushed out from the explosion. It was two people who had rushed up just now. He fiercely swung his sword horizontally, wanting to block the martial monarch of the Ao clan. However, just as the two swords were about to come into contact, the sword suddenly retreated, and the person's chest slanted forward. With a peep sound, the sword pierced through the Ao clan's monarch-level expert's pumpkin soup and pierced through his shoulder blade. The martial monarch of the Ao clan sneered and twisted his body. He twisted his body along with the sword in his body. This martial monarch of the Shur clan was still holding the sword in his hand. He wanted to pull it back, but when he twisted his hand was twisted along with the sword. He instantly felt that something was wrong. He quickly exerted strength and slashed horizontally with his sword. In this split second, the sword pierced through the lower abdomen of this fourth-grade martial monarch. Then, the sword was swung upwards. From the lower abdomen to the throat, the entire chest and abdomen was cut open. His 5 viscera were cut open and flowed out with a crash. However, with a sweep of his sword, this supreme elder of the Ao clan was also cut into 2 by his sword. The upper half of his body that was sent flying still had a calm smile on his face. He flipped his hand and threw the sword back. It accurately pierced through the back of the martial monarch's head. Then, the upper half of the Ao clan's monarch's body fell to the ground. A mocking and relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It is said that the difference of one level between a martial monarch and a martial monarch is like heaven and earth. However, I have successfully killed a 4th-grade martial monarch with the strength of a peak 3rd-grade martial monarch. With this result, I have no regrets in my life. Then, his head tilted and he died. The martial monarch of the Shur clan was stabbed in the back of his head. His chest and abdomen were all cut open. However, he still didn't die. He was still screaming in disbelief. He used his hands to stuff the intestines that had already fallen to the ground back into his stomach. He stuffed them in, they flowed out, and he stuffed them in again. After struggling for a while, he seemed to realize that his head was in pain. He reached out and touched the hilt of a sword. He yelled and pulled the sword out. Then, his brain matter spurted out more than 100 feet. Finally, he swayed and turned half a circle before falling down with a plop. He opened his soulless eyes. He wasn't willing to give up. He said in a low voice, "It has been 3 days. How can I die?" Then, he didn't make any more sound. The battle between the 14 experts had turned into a one-on-one fight between two people in the blink of an eye. The martial monarch of the Ao clan was still smiling faintly. It was as if he didn't care about the deaths of his brothers. He was only attacking the enemy with all his might. But his eyes were already filled with a deathly stillness. The martial monarch of the Shur clan opened his eyes wide. He was scared out of his wits. When he saw his boss die in the most tragic way, he lost all his courage to fight. He screamed and turned to run. "Where are you going?" The ancestor of the Ao clan shouted coldly. His sword turned into a dragon as he chased after him. He stabbed with his sword. The martial monarch of the Shur clan only had time to shout, "Spare," before he was pierced through from the back to the chest. He lowered his head and saw the bloody sword sticking out of his chest. He smiled bitterly and said, "Can't you spare my life?" Then, his eyes went blank. His body slid down from the sword and fell to the ground. He stopped breathing. The martial monarch of the Ao clan looked at the body of his enemy and said indifferently, "I'm afraid not." The battle was over. Chu Yang's side had won. Such a result was out of everyone's expectations, especially the aristocratic clans and those who were watching the battle. After thinking about it, they understood. The people on this side were all prepared to die. They didn't have any hope of surviving. However, the martial monarch of the Shur clan only wanted to save his own life. The mentality of the two sides were completely different. Although the one with the highest cultivation was half a grade higher than the other, such a result wasn't surprising. Both sides were very quiet. There was no sound at all. "We won, right?" The martial monarch of the Ao clan raised his eyebrows and asked the martial monarch of the Ao clan, "Yes, please announce it as soon as possible," he requested quietly. After hearing the martial monarch of the Ao clan announce their victory, the martial monarch of the Ao clan revealed a comforting smile. He smiled and said, "If you don't announce it, how can I bring this news to them? How can they not know the result of the last battle that they personally participated in?" He laughed and said, "Old guys, we've been together for so many years. We fought for our lives. How can you all die, and I'm the only one left?" Ao Yun was shocked. He shouted, "Ancestor, no." The martial monarch of the Ao clan laughed and said, "They're waiting for me. The last battle in this world is 7 against 7. But in the future, it can't be 7 against 7. They'll be at a disadvantage. The outcome has been decided." I'm relieved. His eyes flashed past the faces of everyone on his side. He said, "I have to go now. If I'm late, they'll be far away and I won't be able to catch up. Old guys, wait for me. Whoever dares to leave in a hurry, don't blame me for not being courteous. Compared to them, you guys can't bear to leave me." He laughed and turned his sword around. With a piyub sound, it pierced into his own heart. He stood upright and muttered, "We come and go together. We die and return together." Chapter 706. It was so tragic. As the last remaining martial monarch from the Ao clan slowly fell, blood and snow splattered everywhere. Everything was like an unreal dream. The entire place was silent. Xiadanxiong, Ao Xieyun, Dongwule, and the rest couldn't help but tear up. "I don't understand. Why? We had already won. Why did the elder commit suicide?" Ao Xieyun choked with sobs. Chu Yang's heart ached, but he forced himself to hold it in. He said, "You don't understand, but this is inevitable. When all his brothers died in front of him, when the last enemy died under his sword, if he was still alive, it would be the greatest torture for him. Because all the martial monarchs in the 3 heavens died in this battle. He was the only one left." Chu Yang said sorrowfully, "This is like the end of an era. They had been entangled with each other for a generation, but now he was the only one left alive. Can you imagine how lonely and miserable that was? Even if there was an enemy from the same generation left in this world, he wouldn't choose to commit suicide. But he really couldn't find a target. At his level, he had already seen through life and death. Before he died, he thought more thoroughly than us. So, there's no need to sigh or be sad. Chu Yang said solemnly, I only wish for them to be able to meet again, be friends again, fight again, and be enemies again. Other than that, I have nothing else to say. Ao Xieyun and the rest were silent. After a moment of silence, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji both bowed deeply towards the mess of flesh and blood on the field. Their expressions were solemn. Then, more than 500 people on this side bowed at the same time. Then, everyone from the Ao clan, Xie clan, and Dong clan knelt down. This battle started quickly, and it ended even faster. There was almost no time for anyone to react. However, it was tragic and tragic to the extreme. Everyone's heart seemed to have been hit by a hammer. That kind of feeling. Then, Mo Tianji silently sent people to clean up the battlefield and escort the dead into the lake of despair. Dong Wulei, Dong Wushang, Ao Tianxing, Ao Xieyun, Xie Danqiong, and the rest went forward and cleaned up the remains. No matter if it was the enemies or their families, everything was carried out in silence. The entire battlefield seemed to be a silent and sorrowful pantomime. Tomorrow morning, the battle between saints. When the white-bearded man uttered these words, his voice was somewhat hoarse. Tomorrow would be the battle that would determine the final outcome, although there were only 2 enemies left. However, if Dukyu were to be defeated, Chu Yang's side would also be in an unimaginable situation. Unless the Calamity Sword spirit intervened or the Demon King was awakened, no one would be able to resist the saint level. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Brother Yu, what do you think? Chu Yang stood beside Dukyu with his hands clasped behind his back. He can't kill me. Dukyu stared at the faintly discernible green figure in front of him and said faintly, even I may not be able to kill him. The feeling he gives me is that he should also be a 3rd-stage martial saint. At the same level as me, Dukyu said calmly. Oh? Chu Yang was a little shocked. That should be the case. While I was looking at him, he was also looking at me. And now, his feelings should be the same as mine. Dukyu smiled and said, what we have in common is that I don't want to die, neither does he. But this is a battle of life and death. I'm here to help, so is he. We both have concerns in our hearts, but we both have the confidence to win. Therefore, I only have the confidence to win tomorrow's battle. Presumably, the other party's chances of winning won't be higher or lower than mine. Dukyu stared at the green figure in front of him through the vast snow and said slowly. Just as he finished speaking, which was also when he made an accurate estimation of the other party's strength, the green figure in front of him quietly disappeared. He left. Dukyu was sizing him up, but wasn't he sizing up Dukyu too? Now, the 2 of them already had an idea of each other. Chu Yang smiled gently and said, however, I think that the 2 of you are different. Oh. Dukyu tilted his head. Firstly, we won the previous 3 battles. Secondly, the experts brought by this martial saint from the Shi clan are all dead. Even if he returns alive, the Shi clan will hold him responsible for the loss of so many experts this time. After all, it's because of his personal grudges that caused these losses. There's only one person beside him, but behind you, there's all of us. This is bullying him with numbers. Even if we don't want to bully him, he's already a little weaker psychologically. This is one of your advantages. Chu Yang said. You're right. Dukyu pondered for a while. His people are all dead. It's inevitable that he'll feel grief and anger, and even worry about going back. You don't have any of these. This is your second advantage. That's right. Dukyu's eyes lit up. Besides, he came to the 3 heavens with a mission given to him by his clan. Now, he's still worried about his gains and losses, and how to complete the mission. You don't have any of these. This is your 3rd advantage. That's right. A smile appeared in Dukyu's eyes. Of course, the most important point is that although he's from the Shi clan of the upper 3 heavens, don't forget that his soul and spirit have long been bound by the Shi clan. It can be said that he's a slave of the Shi clan, and brother Yu, you're his own master. A soul that's free and independent is definitely different from a soul that's been under the control of others for a long time. This is your 4th advantage. Chu Yang said slowly. That's right. Duke Yu agreed once again. So, brother you have so many advantages, and this is the three heavens. It's as if the time, place, and people are all on your side. Although your cultivation is similar, the gap between you has already widened. If you can't kill him beautifully tomorrow, I'll look down on you. Don't even think about dying in battle or perishing together with the enemy. Chu Yang said lightly. Duke Yu suddenly laughed heartily, shaking his head as he laughed. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. He seemed incomparably happy. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. Why did this guy suddenly go crazy? I've always been sure that I'll win against my enemies, Duke Yu said deeply, revealing an arrogant smile. This battle is the same. Not to mention that he's only a third-grade martial saint. Even if he's a fourth-grade martial saint, I'm confident that I can kill him. Although I'm only a third-grade martial saint. But the millions of years of the fairy clan's heritage is gathered in me. What is he? Then why did you? Chu Yang was dumbfounded. It wasn't because Duke Yu said that he wasn't sure, but because Duke Yu finally revealed his origin for the first time. Fairy clan? The only remaining fairy in the Double Heavens continent. So this was Duke Yu's real origin. He couldn't care less about how mysterious he was to this extent. But Chu Yang still didn't know how Duke Yu could have such heaven-defying abilities even if he knew about it. If he were to say that everything was self-taught, that was really unbelievable. Haha. Duke Yu laughed strangely and said with some satisfaction, in this world, there's actually someone who truly cares about me and encourages me. Haha, this feeling is really funny. How old am I already? But I've lost this bet with Jun Shizhu. I'm depressed. Duke Yu said that he was depressed, but he laughed out loud. Then his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang thought for a long time and finally scolded with a smile. So this bastard was testing me. At this time, he still has such strange ideas. Shaking his head, he got up and left. The next day, the sun rose. The sky was clear and bright. At the peak of the mountain, there were actually thousands of rays of light. Ao Tianxing looked at the rising sun and muttered, the sun rose again, but the ancestors can't see it anymore. Everyone sighed with emotion. The crowd separated, and Duke Yu walked over leisurely with his long green robe fluttering in the wind. Pay attention to the supreme stone tablet, Mo Tianji said in a low voice, or, use the supreme stone tablet. Duke Yu's expression didn't change. His gaze flashed, and he walked out as if he didn't hear anything. On the opposite side, the martial saint from the Shi clan had also appeared. Coincidentally, the two Earth Sage Realm experts were both dressed in green today, just like the day before. Shi Changfeng? Duke Yu placed his hands behind his back and took a step forward. He only took a light step forward, but his entire body seemed to have shrunk to the center of the battlefield. Duke Yu? Shi Changfeng's pupils shrank. He suddenly felt that his opponent today was different from yesterday. But he didn't want to be outdone, and he took a step forward. Shi Changfeng, to be able to die in my hands, you're considered a powerful person. Shi Changfeng, you're glorious even though you're dead. Duke Yu laughed elegantly. He sounded as if he was sincerely congratulating Shi Changfeng. To be able to die in my hands, your life isn't in vain. Shi Changfeng's eyes flashed with a sinister look as he said sinisterly, that's why I said you're useless. You even have to learn how to speak from me. Elder Yu mocked, if I call you, you'll call me. Whatever I say, you'll repeat. Shi Changfeng, you're a martial sage. Can't you be a little more creative? Words can't determine the outcome of a battle, Shi Changfeng said sinisterly. But a battle of words is directly related to one's intelligence. If you can't even win a battle of words, why are you still competing with me? Duke Yu's words were as sharp as knives. There's no point in talking so much. Let's fight. Shi Changfeng squinted, and his gaze shot out. Evidently, he wanted to kill. Duke Yu let out a long howl. Wearing a green robe with long sleeves, he flew up high into the sky like a rocket. Then, he chanted loudly, I am the king of the 8 desolations. I am the king of the 10,000 rivers and mountains. He laughed plainly and said, Shi Changfeng, come up and accept your death. Chapter 707. A battle between martial saints was different from a battle between martial emperors and martial monarchs. Even a battle between martial monarchs wouldn't be able to destroy anything here. After all, this was a battlefield where martial saints had fought before. But a battle between martial saints could destroy this place beyond recognition. Hence, Dukyu rose into the sky before the battle even started. He flew into the sky to challenge his opponents. He limited the battlefield to the sky. Whoever fell down would be the loser. Seeing how domineering Dukyu was as he flew up into the sky, a trace of admiration appeared in the eyes of the few cultivators. Martial artists had no reservations. If they wanted to kill, they would kill. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. But Dukyu chose to fight in the sky, which was more difficult. He didn't want to destroy the remains of the martial saints. This was out of respect for the strong. It was also out of respect for his own martial path. Only with respect could one have a future. If a person didn't respect his own goal, then he didn't respect himself at all. If he didn't respect himself, how could he achieve the highest success? Chu Yang was also thinking about these words in his heart. He seemed to have understood something. After this, Chu Yang suddenly discovered a fact that he didn't notice and completely ignored. Ever since he came here, the sword spirit had been silent. He hadn't spoken a single word from the start till now. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He tried to summon him. The sword spirit seemed to have just woken up from a long sleep. He said in a weak and feeble voice, "Lord Sword Master, everything depends on you." After this, he became silent again. Chu Yang's heart jerked. A sense of worry surged in his heart. At this point, Shi Changfeng shouted and unsheathed his sword. As he waved his sword in the wind, he followed behind Elder Yu like a shooting star and charged into the sky. Everyone lifted their heads at the same time. In the sky, the two of them were 7 feet apart. They stood steadily, as if they were standing on flat ground. Shi Changfeng was tall. His beard swayed in front of his chest. He held a sword in his right hand and placed his left hand behind his back. His gaze was sharp, and his sword radiance was cold. His green robe swayed in the wind. He looked like an expert. Dukyu placed his hands behind his back. He was empty-handed. His expression was calm and proud. He looked at Shi Changfeng. His gaze was as calm as an ancient well. "Dukwei, are you going to fight me empty-handed?" Shi Changfeng furrowed his brows and asked. He was a little happy in his heart. "If you are arrogant and fight empty-handed, then your little one will be finished today. This Duke has never underestimated any enemy." Dukyu smiled faintly. "Even if the enemy in front of me is a tortoise, I will not let my guard down." Shi Changfeng was so furious that his eyes almost popped out. He took in a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "What are you waiting for?" Dukyu gently smiled and slowly shook his head. Then, he elegantly said, "Since you can't wait to die, this Duke will fulfill your wish." As he spoke, he took out his hands from behind his back. Her fingers were white and empty. However, in the next moment, Dukyu drew a semicircle with his right hand and grabbed outwards diagonally. Clang! He actually pulled out a long sword from the void. The blade of the sword was like rippling autumn waters. The sword was 3 feet long and emitted a cold light in all directions. As he held the sword horizontally, Dukyu's gaze was deep as he said, "Buddy, I've let you down today. The opponent is only a weak piece of trash, but you have to deal with him personally. I'm very sorry." Shi Changfeng was so furious that his stomach was about to explode. His long sword flashed and he charged over. Dukyu laughed and flew up diagonally. Following this, he bent his body in midair and his head was below his feet. His sword radiance was like a dome as it came crashing down. Shi Changfeng shouted, "Good timing." He raised his long sword to meet him. When one reached the martial sage level, it was no longer important whether one was holding a divine weapon or not. Everything was turned into a sharp sword by one's cultivation. Like a bolt of lightning, the two swords met in midair. Boom! As the two thin swords came into contact, the sound that was produced was like 2 mountains colliding in midair. It was as loud as a huge bell. The entire heaven and earth seemed to darken. Powerful auras shot in all directions. The accumulated snow on the ground flew into the air and covered the entire sky. Under this one strike, the clear sky turned into a snowy sky. As the snowflakes flew in the sky, the two figures approached each other at lightning speed. One of their swords was like a bolt of lightning, while the other was like a thunderbolt. The two streaks of sword radiance intersected in midair to form the shape of a cross. It was still flashing and dazzling, but the two of them had already soared into the sky. After this, they continued to fight for a few thousand feet. Streaks of sword light and sword flowers kept appearing in the air. However, the moment they appeared, the two people who were fighting were definitely no longer there. The snow on the ground kept on jumping up and down. It was so thick that one couldn't even see their own fingers. This was even more intense than an avalanche caused by a landslide. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Their left hands clashed in midair. The two of them groaned at the same time and were sent flying backwards. Instantly, a ferocious force scattered in all directions. The lake of death, which was as smooth as a mirror, was stirred up by this strong wind. Suddenly, monstrous waves surged up into the sky with a loud splash. It was as if a huge dragon had burst out of the lake of death and broke through the sky. It carried an unparalleled aura as it created rain in midair. In the sky, Dooku let out a long howl. His two legs took a step forward, and he actually ran quickly through the void. In just a few steps, he arrived above the lake of death. He waved his hands, and a strange green mist suddenly filled the sky. The flowing water seemed to be able to understand human language. It gathered towards Elder Yu's palms on its own. In the next moment, the flowing water condensed in midair and turned into a huge sword that was 100 feet wide, 50 feet wide, and 50 feet long. The tip of the sword shone with a cold radiance. It was as if it wanted to slice open the heavens and the earth. Dooku bellowed, "Go!" As he shook his arms, this huge longsword howled as it charged towards Shi Chang Feng. This wasn't a slash, or a stab. It was a direct attack. Shi Chang Feng's beard flew into the air as he shouted coldly. Suddenly, he flew backwards. As he retreated, his right hand that was holding onto his sword started to swing crazily. Sword chi surged in the sky. Bright sword chi intersected with one another and appeared in the sky. After this, the sword aura didn't disappear. All the sword aura formed a huge sword. After this, Shi Chang Feng stopped retreating. The sword seemed to be extremely heavy as he pushed it forward very slowly. He exhaled and shouted, "Destroy!" The huge sword formed from sword radiance let out a sword hum and flew out. It flew faster and faster. It fiercely collided with Dooku's huge sword made of waves in the air. It was as if two planets had collided. Oh no! The white-bearded cultivator quickly opened his hands. His vigorous vital energy engulfed the icy platform that he was on. The many powerful cultivators from the aristocratic families also tried to protect themselves. Following this huge storm came crashing down. Suddenly, rocks flew everywhere and waves crashed against the shore. Thousands of snowflakes were swept up. The snowflakes rose into the air and formed the shape of a mushroom cloud. Chu Yang and the rest were watching the battle. When they saw this situation, Chu Yang had an idea. He shouted, "Everyone, circulate your powers. Hold hands and resist." Everyone followed his instructions. Just as they held hands, the storm came crashing down on them. With a boom, everyone was swept up and flung 400 feet away. Everyone was drenched in sweat in an instant. Tianbu Hui was in an even worse state. He screamed and flew up. He became a small black in the distance. With a plop, he fell into the lake of death. Everyone crawled up pathetically. However, they were in a daze. They couldn't even see their own fingers. They could only hear whoosh whoosh whoosh, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. Evidently, the two of them were still fighting in midair. After a long while, the snow started to fall. Their vision became clearer. Everyone immediately raised their heads to look at it. They saw that dozens of Elder Yu and Shi Chang Feng had appeared in midair. Each of them wielded a sword and were fighting one-on-one. Chu Yang focused and looked up. He was relieved. No matter how Elder Yu's movements changed, he was still standing above the lake of death. Shi Changfeng could only face Elder Yu's attacks. He was facing the Lake of Death. One was facing the other, while the other was facing the other. This was very clever. Dukyu laughed and said indifferently, "The experts of the Shi family of the upper three heavens are indeed extraordinary." Shi Changfeng snorted and said, "Elder Yu from the dark bamboo is also not to be underestimated." Dukyu chuckled. His laughter was very gentle and carefree. It was like a gentle breeze blowing through the bamboo forest. Although it made a rustling sound, it made people feel peaceful and relaxed. Following this, Elder Yu said softly, "However, how can the Shi clan compare to me?" His silhouette flashed, and he suddenly traversed through the air, flying all the way. He actually kept all the afterimages he had created, and he was the only one left in the air. Then, a faint flush appeared on his fair face as he shouted, "The real attack is coming." He clapped his palms together, and a crisp sound could be heard. It was as if he had suddenly crushed space, and 7 black holes appeared in the air at the same time. Following this, the water of the Lake of Death rose from all directions. There were 7 streams of lake water. They carried warm air with them as they flew 800 feet into the sky. They turned into 7 huge swords. They attacked at the same time. A scream could be heard in midair. Chuyang focused and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw that the tip of one of the 7 swords was actually a person, Tianbu Hui. He had just fallen into the middle of the Lake of Death. Just as he was about to swim up, Elder Yu seemed to have treated him as water and swept him up. He was used as a weapon. At this moment, Tian Gong's hands were tightly pressed against his waist. His legs were tightly pressed together, and his neck was stubbornly stiff. His entire body was like an arrow released from a bow. With a momentum that could chase the wind and break the clouds, with a speed faster than lightning, he brought along a giant sword formed by endless streams of water. He was attacking Shi Changfeng, Tianbu Hui's adoptive father. Chu Yang guessed that Elder Tianbu Hui had never unleashed such speed in his entire life. Fuck. He's flying through the air. Tianbu Hui is truly amazing. GMO exclaimed. Chapter 708. The outcome of this battle was clear. There was no way to not be clear. One side was already dead. How could they not accept it? Just as Dukyu had said, not a single one of them came out. We won. Mo Tianji looked at the white-haired enforcer who was already standing on the ground. That's right. The enforcer's expression was a little complicated. As an enforcer, he had fought countless battles in his life. Furthermore, all of them happened in the upper 3 heavens. It could be said that every battle was much more intense than this one. The people who participated in the battles were also much more powerful than the people who were fighting in this battle. However, this battle in the upper 3 heavens was filled with an indescribable feeling. The battle is over. We have won. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "However, I still want to ask the enforcer something. Regarding the sudden appearance of monarch-level experts, emperor-level experts, and saint-level experts, does anyone have any questions? What is the reason for these experts who should not have appeared in the upper 3 heavens to appear out of nowhere?" He laughed and said, "Of course, they are already dead. There is no point in saying more. However, if this goes on for a long time, and the heavens can interfere as they wish, the lower 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens will become a mess. I am very suspicious about the purpose of the enforcer's existence." Mo Tianji stood proudly and said indifferently, "Lord Enforcer." Ha ha ha. The white-haired enforcer's face turned red. He glared fiercely at Shi Changyu. "If not for your Shi clan, why would we be insulted and not be able to say anything? I will settle this matter with your clan when we return." Shi Changyu's face turned red. His eyes flashed with anger as he said, "Nonsense. Those people just now were indeed from the Shi clan. However, they were all acting out of personal grievances. They had no choice but to act. Furthermore, they are already dead. What's so honorable about slandering a dead man like this?" "I did not say that I was honorable," Mo Tianji said indifferently. "However, no matter whether it is personal grievances or national grievances, the laws of the heavens are the laws of the heavens. In the laws of the heavens, it doesn't say that you can interfere with private grudges. However, the laws of the heavens didn't say that we can't interfere with private grudges. Shi Chengyu sneered. Mo Tianji still said indifferently, regarding the heavenly laws, you should discuss it with the enforcers, not me, Mo Tianji. I'm very sorry. I'm not familiar with the laws of the firmament. Shi Chengyu was stunned. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with the way the three law enforcement officers looked at him. His face immediately paled, and his body began to tremble. Suddenly, it was too late for regrets. He knew that he had fallen into Mo Tianji's trap. Everything that Mo Tianji had done was just to lead him to say this sentence. The laws of the heavens did not say that private grudges could not be interfered in. He only needed to say these words out loud. It was destined that the yellow mud would fall into the crotch of his pants. Layered heaven laws. Since when was it your Shi family's turn to explain? Then what was the use of the enforcers? As the Duke of the Shi family, if he said this in front of everyone, wouldn't he be telling everyone that the Shi family was indeed making use of the enforcers this time? If Shi Qingyu did not say this, then when the enforcers went back to ask, the Shi family could say that they did not know. What? They actually went down? I'll investigate immediately. Therefore, after investigating and dealing with a few people who were neither too big nor too small, this matter was reduced to a small one. However, from the moment Shi Chengyu said this sentence, the Shi family could no longer escape from the responsibility. How could Shi Chengyu not panic? The three law enforcement officers didn't say anything. They just gave him a deep, meaningful look. Then, they turned their heads. Shi Chengyu looked around in panic. He only saw Li Batian, Yi Shiyu, Meng Se, and the rest looking at him with gloating eyes. His face instantly turned ashen. The gazes of the other 8 great clans and the enforcers were all focused on a few people. Their gazes were fervent. Gu Du Xingdong Wushang and Mo Tianji. These 3 people were the most dazzling young people, a sword emperor and a saber emperor, the master of calculation and manipulation. As for Dukyu, they all knew that such a person could no longer be recruited. As for the others, they did not put them in their eyes. Chu Yang's performance was also very dazzling. However, compared to these 3 people, he paled in comparison. This was the situation that Mo Tianji had purposely created for this battle. The 3 people stood out and suppressed the halo above Chu Yang's head. People would notice him, but they would not pay special attention to him. This way, the threat that others posed to Chu Yang would be reduced. After all, it was still acceptable for a few geniuses to appear in such a big 3 heavens. For a day and a night, no one said anything. No one did anything. Everything was to recover their strength. This included the great clans and the enforcers. The supreme martial artists' suppression just now was not easy to bear. They had to circulate their martial arts to slowly recover. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to fully recover after a day and a night. Furthermore, they had just gone through a big battle and were feeling depressed. They could not possibly continue to talk about important matters. That night, Mo Tianji stepped on the 7 stars illusion. With the sun and moon lantern above his head and the yin and yang swords in his hands, he began to calculate the secrets of the heavens with all his might. This was the procedure that he had planned step by step before the battle. Right now, although the situation had changed a lot, it was still progressing according to his plan in an orderly manner. The moment the moon shone in the sky, Missouri Tianji violently spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Chu Yang hurriedly supported him and fed him a heavy pill. Only then did Mo Tianji wake up. His expression was extremely weak. I have realized that you are basically using your own life to predict the secrets of the heavens. Chu Yang grumbled. If this goes on, what will happen? Mo Tianji chuckled. Predicting the secrets of the heavens requires a person's life as compensation. If I don't pay a little, how can I get anything? His eyes were filled with joy as he said, but this is also the greatest value of my existence. It is also my greatest joy. Every time I know something that others do not know, that sense of accomplishment surpasses everything else. Chu Yang sighed deeply, not knowing what to say. Are Dong Wushang and Rue Bu Tong outside? Mo Tianji asked. Invite the 2 of them in. I want to say a few words to them. Wushang, do you like Imo layer? No one expected this. After Dong Wushang came in, Imo Tianji actually asked such a question. Dong Wushang was a little stunned and also a little confused. He scratched his head and said, "This? I really don't know. I only know that I don't dislike being with her." Dong Wushang was tall and burly. Scratching his head like this made him look especially cute. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "Then, Wushang, when you saw Imo lay vomiting blood and fainting, did your heart hurt?" "Yes." Dong Wushang was very straightforward this time. There was a sudden pain. Then, I felt my heart clench. But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with whether I like her or not. Hearing this sentence, even the wise and far-sighted Imo Tianji rolled his eyes. All right, you see, Imo Layer's father, the Black Devil, is already seriously injured and disabled. The Black Devil clan basically died out after that battle. As for us, even if the Black Devil clan is on our side now, we won't allow such a clan of assassins to flourish again. So, it doesn't seem appropriate for Imo Lay to stay here now. Imo Tianji chose his words carefully and said, "If Imo Layer goes with you to relax, firstly, you can get rid of the mental block in your heart. Secondly, you can fulfill the Black Demon's wish. Thirdly, you can even do something for your brothers and be of great help. Are you willing?" Dong Wushang only heard the last sentence. You can do something for your brothers and help them greatly. Thus, he readily agreed. What's there to be unwilling about? Then, very good. Prepare yourself. Prepare to live together with Imo Layer. Imo Tianji smiled strangely and said, "Don't worry, we will take good care of the Black Devil. As long as I, Imo Tianji, am here, the Black Devil will be fine. Even if he really dies, I, Imo Tianji, will die before him. You will also die before him." The fact that Imo Tianji had spoken to this point showed how serious he was. There was no doubt about it. "I believe you," Dong Wushang said without hesitation. "Okay, next you," and so on 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 and so on. Imo Tianji lowered his voice. "Ah!" Dong Wushang shouted. His eyes almost popped out. "What are you shouting for? I will send someone to help you." Imo Tianji looked at him angrily. "Butong, do you want to go to the upper three heavens?" Imo Tianji smiled and asked Rue Butong kindly. "Whoever doesn't want to go is a bastard." Rue Butong was even more straightforward. "That's great, there's a chance now." Imo Tianji raised his eyebrows. In the dead of night, Chu Yang and Imo Tianji slowly strolled by the side of the Lake of Death. After this chaos in the upper three heavens, I'm afraid that the upper three heavens will also be in chaos. Imo Tianji said, "After this chaos, I'm afraid that part of the passage between the upper three heavens and the upper three heavens will be blocked by the enforcers. The other part will also be heavily guarded. There won't be people from the upper three heavens sneaking down to stir up trouble. At least for a short period of time, it won't be possible." "So you arranged for Dong Wushang and Rue Butong to go to the upper three heavens first?" Chu Yang asked seriously. "That's right." Imo Tianji looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and said softly, "Your fate is still in chaos. I can't calculate it. But whether or not I can calculate it, I'll make plans in advance. After all, it's better to be prepared. You also know that I have a habit of preparing for a rainy day." Imo Tianji smiled faintly. "The upper three heavens is too unfamiliar to us. I won't recklessly charge in with you." Dong Wushang is brave and resourceful. Rue Butong is cunning and flexible. With the two of them going, we can explore the bottom of the sea and fight steadily. No matter how many years it takes before we can go up, we must first bury 2 nails. Chapter 709. Imotanji narrowed his eyes and said, "Boss, I won't say anything now, but after many years, you'll understand that if you plant a tree today, when it's about to die from the sun, there will be a forest waiting for you." Chu Yang smiled faintly. "I can think of a forest, but it's not a good idea for you to always overdraft yourself like this. If he fights the heavens, your body won't be able to take it, and you'll be a burden to us. Mo Tianji smiled warmly. Absolutely not. Everyone knows that grasping the world was created by Xiao Fengyun himself. But after studying it for a while, I realized that it's limitless. He blinked and said, since we can use our lifespan to exchange for the prediction of heaven's secrets, then we can use luck and other methods to make up for our losses. I reckon that Senior Xiao Fengyun was so powerful back then because he obtained this controlling the world. Chu Yang suddenly remembered. Xiao Fengyun was a wise man of his generation. He started when he was 20 years old. He changed his mind and rushed to revered martial artist in the lower three heavens. After entering the lower three heavens, he created his own technique and rushed all the way to the lower three heavens. Any trash cultivation method, in his hands, could be turned into something magical. His highest achievement was that of a peak-grade martial monarch. But he reached this level with his own hard work, and it only took him 10 years. Although his surname was Xiao, he wasn't from the Xiao clan of the lower three heavens. Moreover, the most unbelievable thing was that with the strength of a grade martial monarch, he fought for a territory in the lower three heavens with his bare hands. Even the big ruling families acknowledged it. Before that, Chu Yang always thought that martial monarchs were unattainable. So, he didn't feel anything wrong. But as his knowledge increased, Chu Yang gradually realized that martial monarchs weren't that amazing in the lower three heavens. But how could Xiao Fengyun run rampant in the lower three heavens with the cultivation of a grade martial monarch? Now that he thought about it, it was an unsolvable mystery. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang's expression and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Fengyun relied on the word wisdom in his life. Before he gained a firm foothold in the upper three heavens, he never fought with anyone directly. Those who took the initiative to attack him would find themselves fighting with the other great clans of the upper three heavens for no reason at all. He has always been on the right and the left, but he doesn't rely on anyone. What he has learned in his life is as vast as the ocean. Therefore, in the end, he created a situation where all the great clans needed his help. Thus, a delicate balance was formed. None of them dared to touch him, but once he dies, the forces he created will be immediately divided up. Mo Tianji sighed deeply and said, but precisely because he learned too many things and too many things. Even though he had a treasure like controlling the world, he stopped at the level of a low-grade martial lord because of too many things. What an amazing person! Chu Yang exclaimed in admiration. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, in that case, wouldn't you be like Xiao Fengyun and be able to deduce many things about any martial arts? Mo Tianji smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm different from Xiao Fengyun. I'm not interested in music, chess, painting, poetry, wine, and tea. In fact, because of tea, I even wasted my own Tianji tea. What I'm most interested in are intelligence, heavenly secrets, fate, yin and yang, and heaven and earth. Although there are many things, when all of them are added together, they are actually one thing. It's called creation. Mo Tianji said indifferently, therefore, this is my current main focus. As for martial arts, I originally wasn't very interested in them. However, after this battle, I will cultivate them. This is because only when my cultivation is high and my martial arts can my ability to see through heavenly secrets improve. Xiao Fengyun only realized that he had neglected the fundamentals and focused on trifles 10 years after he obtained the world-grasping treasure. He immediately regretted it. However, at that time, it was already impossible for him to have any great achievements in any of the areas. Mo Tianji sighed. When I saw what Xiao Fengyun left behind, I also sighed. I have this fate, but I don't have this fortune. This is also the reason why I resolutely gave up on other miscellaneous things. Chu Yang said, but you clearly know that martial arts are the pillars. Why? Because I didn't have time. Mo Tianji's eyes were bitter. I was constantly struggling to survive under Mo Tianyun's pressure. Under those circumstances, I could only learn this to save my life. However, right after Mo Tianyun died, you came. I had no choice but to rack my brains for you, and for us to survive. He chuckled. However, the current 3 days are basically peaceful and uneventful. Therefore, I have enough time to control the Mo clan and cultivate at the same time. Therefore, You don't have to worry about me. Perhaps I will reach the other side of martial arts earlier than all of you." "That's good." Chu Yang relaxed. Chu Yang did not ask what the world-grasping treasure was. However, he believed in Emo Tianji. Whether he asked or not, it was the same. Just like the Calamity Sword. Even if Emo Tianji was 10,000 times smarter, he would not be able to use it. Even Chu Yang might not be able to control the world. However, it was suitable. Most importantly, in Emo Tianji's hands, it was the same as in Chu Yang's hands. One heart, one life, one goal. Furthermore, only a naturally intelligent person like Emo Tianji could unleash the greatest power of the world-grasping treasure. That night, Emo Tianji looked for GMO, Gu Duxing, and the rest for a secret talk. Before dawn, he had a secret talk with Dukyu. Finally, he gave some instructions to Emo Laer. Emo Laer was initially reluctant and wanted to stay behind to take care of her father. However, in the end, Emo Tianji said something and she actually relaxed and listened to him obediently. This made Chu Yang very puzzled. How much sacrifice did the Black Devil make for his daughter? For her father, Emo Laer was so anxious that she vomited blood on the spot. That was blood, and Chi attacking the heart. What she vomited was heart blood. She almost died following the Black Devil. It was easy to imagine how close the relationship between this father and daughter was. Emo Laer would not leave her father no matter what. She was also worried. But what did Emo Tianji say to make this one-track-minded young Black Devil feel relieved and follow Dong Wushang? Chu Yang asked himself. He probably did not have such means. When he asked Emo Tianji smiled and said, "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed." This made Chu Yang spit on his face. The next day, after Chu Yang and the others woke up, they tidied up. The big clans also got up and walked over. The battle here was over. It was time for them to go back. Of course, other than the Li clan, no one else achieved their goal. Who was the Tribulation Sword Master? There were only two possibilities. One was Gu Duxing and the other was Dong Wushang. However, Dong Wushang was the Saber Emperor. How could the Tribulation Sword Master be the Saber Emperor? Therefore, he was ruled out. As for Gu Duxing, he was the Sword Emperor. Everyone knew that although the Sword Emperor appeared because of the Tribulation Sword Master, the Tribulation Sword Master was definitely not a simple Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor needed to be undistracted and focused on cultivation. Only then could he succeed. However, the Master of the Calamity Sword had always been an all-knowing person. His thoughts were complicated, and he was even more cunning than the number one sage of the Zhuge family, who was famous in the heavens. How could such a person be the Sword Emperor? Therefore, Gu Duxing was also ruled out. As for the others, they were even less likely. There were people who suspected King of Hell Chu, but King of Hell Chu was really too unremarkable in this battle. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he didn't seem to be the leader of this group of people. He fought while he was still a sovereign. How could the Tribulation Sword Master be like this? Which one of them was willing to be under someone else? Furthermore, as long as the Tribulation Sword Master fought, no matter how he changed his moves, the big clans would be able to recognize him at first glance. Chu Yang's sword technique was extremely sharp and could be called a sword technique. However, compared to the Tribulation Sword technique, it wasn't at that level. Furthermore, Chu Yang was very familiar with it. It was obvious that he used it often. That was even more impossible. Therefore, they started to suspect Emo Tianji. However, Emo Tianji, what was there to suspect? Emo Tianji was a strategist. Therefore, the big clans, including those who held the sword technique, were all stunned. There were already a few people who locked their gazes on Li Xiongtu, who was being led by Li Batian. This guy was probably one of the tribulations of the Tribulation Sword Master. This matter was a little complicated. Chu Yang and the others were suspicious at first, but Chu Yang and Emo Tianji had a secret discussion that day, which made the first impression the strongest. However, they completely eliminated the suspicions of the people on their side. Now, all the big clans were suspicious of Li Xiongtu's day. Of course, they ignored Li Xiongtu's enemies. How could the brothers of the Tribulation Sword Master kill each other? Wasn't that a joke? After Li Xiongtu fainted that day, Li Batian didn't let him wake up after seeing that the Li clan was dead. If this guy didn't take things easy after he woke up, Li Batianji wouldn't be able to control himself here. Furthermore, he came down this time to help his entire clan. Now, he was only left with a single strand of hair. He couldn't explain himself when he returned. If something happened to Li Xiong too, he would be in deep trouble. You're Gu Duxing, the clan leader of the Gu clan in 3 days? The white-bearded cultivator looked at Gu Duxing with an amiable expression. If the cultivator didn't speak, the others wouldn't dare to make the first move. Gu Duxing was already prepared. He replied respectfully, "Are you interested in following me back to 3 days?" The white-bearded cultivator said kindly, "With your talent, it's a waste for you to stay here for 3 days. If you follow me back and become the disciple of a great master, you'll be able to master your swordsmanship very soon." Gu Duxing's face flushed red. He seemed very agitated. However, his face turned pale immediately. He seemed to have thought of something. However, anyone could tell that he was hesitating. He was conflicted. He seemed to be struggling internally. After a long while, he said with much difficulty, "I really want to go, but I have no choice. I can't go for now." He seemed to have made a difficult decision. However, he still said, "However, if I can settle the matter here, I'll definitely go to 3 days. When that time comes, I'll have to ask the cultivator to take care of me." The white-bearded cultivator calmed down. He thought that since Gu Duxing said that, it would be easy to handle. He could tell that Gu Duxing was leaving him a way out. He thought, "Who knows when I'll go and find you? But now, I have no choice. I understand. After all, a martial artist's dream is to go to 3 days." The white-bearded cultivator nodded his head generously and became even more amiable. He took out a purple crystal token from his bosom and said, "Duxing, if you arrive in the 3rd heavens, you can take this token and come find me. No matter what it is, this old man can handle it properly for you." Chapter 17. As he spoke, the white-bearded cultivator swept his indifferent gaze across the faces of the big clans. His gaze was not sharp. However, the warning was obvious. This person, this sword emperor, the future sword monarch, sword saint, even, I've already decided. Who dares to snatch him from me? When they met his gaze, the big dukes were all expressionless. Ling Han Shui said lightly, "Elder Mu, since you've already decided, we naturally won't be tactful. It's not early for everyone to come out. It's better to get down to business." Everyone nodded, obviously agreeing with Ling Han Shui's words. "We're not stupid. How can we snatch the person you've decided on? At most, we'll snatch him after we return or after he's out of your sight. If that doesn't work, won't we destroy him secretly?" The white-bearded cultivator snorted and stuffed the jade pendant into Gu Duxing's hand. He said to Dong Wushang, "You're Dong Wushang?" Dong Wushang said straightforwardly, "Yes, I'm going to the upper 3 heavens to take a look." The white-bearded cultivator and the big clans were all stunned. This guy is really straightforward. We haven't had the chance to ask him. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they take this opportunity to fight for benefits? Seeing that the cultivator thinks so highly of you, he'll definitely give you whatever you want. I've never seen such a stupid person. This guy just blurted it out so straightforwardly. At the side, Dong Wushang's eyes suddenly became hot, and a wave of guilt suddenly hit him. Wushang, did it for me, right? He lowered his head and sighed softly in his heart. He only felt sad. I forced my own brother to leave and go to the upper 3 heavens. Good, good, good. The white-bearded cultivator couldn't help but say good 3 times. He said, "Since that's the case, I'll bring you up with me. But I have a request," Jiang Wushang said in a daze. Everyone almost fainted. What the fuck? So this guy isn't stupid. He's waiting here. Now that he's whetted his appetite, he can get whatever he wants. What request? Elder Mu's face also twitched. "I'm going up to take a look. I want to explore the upper 3 heavens. However, I don't necessarily have to join any organization." Dong Wushang said straightforwardly, "I'm a straightforward person. Of course, if you want to join, you can't do it now. No matter what, You need to have some foundation and some achievements. Everyone understood in their hearts. This guy looks silly, but he is not stupid at all. Right now, even if it was the Saber Emperor, he would only be an unremarkable little minion. Once he had some strength, his value would multiply. The white-bearded man laughed heartily and said, "Of course, that's not a problem. Even if we are the law enforcers, we can't force people to do things they don't want to." He made up his mind. "Once I go there, I'll take out my sincerity to recruit you. I'll let you take a low-grade saber saint as your master. Let's see if you're willing to part with Zhao." What he didn't know was that even if he invited a Saber Supreme to be Dong Wushang's master, Dong Wushang would probably scoff at him. "I have another request." Dong Wushang said, "You have another request?" The white-bearded man was stunned. "Yes," Dong Wushang said righteously, "if I go to the upper three heavens, my wife has to go too, right?" Behind him, Imole Er's face was red. She hid her face behind Dong Wushang's back and secretly pinched his waist. "Wife? When did I become your wife? You make it sound so vulgar and unpleasant." Dong Wushang stood firm and unmoving. The muscles on his black face contorted violently without leaving a trace. That's only right." The white-bearded man, Elder Mu, was instantly relieved. "Isn't it just bringing your wife? Besides, if I don't let you bring your wife, what are you going to do? My brother also wants to go and take a look." Dong Wushang pulled Rue Batong over. "He wants to go and find some medicine. I'm sick." Rue Batong had come out in high spirits, but when he heard the last sentence, he immediately lowered his head deeply, almost stuffing it into his pants. "This is so embarrassing. What reason can't you say? Must you say this? In front of all the brothers and big clans. What's the difference between that and announcing it to the upper three heavens?" Seeing everyone's strange looks, Rue Batong was in so much pain that he wanted to die. "I can foresee that the name Rue Batong will soon be famous all over the upper three heavens. How am I going to find a wife in the future?" Just as he raised his head, he met Yi Shiyu's somewhat passionate eyes. Instantly, his whole body trembled and he started to shiver like a quail in winter. That gaze is too scary. Suddenly, Rue Batong was a little afraid of going to the upper three heavens. He secretly swore in his heart, "Once I reach the upper three heavens, I will immediately disappear without a trace. I will definitely not let any of you find me." Rue Batong gritted his teeth and thought fiercely. The white-bearded man agreed and thought, "I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just impotence? Yes, if it's serious, it will be very difficult to find such medicine even in the upper three heavens." Dong Wushang's matter was settled just like that. Next, it was time for the confrontation. He asked Imo Tianji, but Imo Tianji didn't answer and only revealed a warm smile. His smile was amiable and impeccable, just like the smile in the textbook of nobility. However, the meaning of "I'm not going" in his smile was also so obvious. So obvious that it made people feel embarrassed to ask again. Luo Kadi shook his head like a rattle drum. GMO grabbed Huyan Albua's hand with a face full of happiness. Xie Danxiong, the young clan head of the Xie clan, how could he leave? Ao Xieyun. Needless to say. As for Tan Tan, the white-bearded man only took a glance and turned his face away. This face was indeed a little too horrible to look at. Especially when the law enforcer looked over, Tan Tan unexpectedly revealed a smile. There was no way to describe this smile. The white-bearded man felt very lucky. "Luckily, I haven't eaten this morning. Damn it." Next was the problem of dealing with the funeral. Actually, there wasn't much to do. It was just a memorial service and everyone should go their separate ways. After the man left, the big clans expressed their condolences and tactfully mentioned it to Gu Duxing and the rest. However, seeing that everyone's attitude was firm, they had no choice but to accept this fact. However, when they were about to leave, these young talents gathered together and looked at each other with a kind of, "One day, we'll meet again in the upper three heavens." Although they were all smiling and amiable, the faint wariness between them was extremely tight. Everyone had a feeling. These people will be my opponents in the future. It's very dangerous. Not only did Chu Yang and the rest have this feeling, but Li Ba Tian and the rest also felt it very clearly. After a few hypocritical and tacit words, The big clans left one by one under the supervision of the man in charge. Finally, Dong Wushang, Rue Butong, and Mo Laer bid farewell to everyone and left with the man in charge. The Black Devil and his brothers came out to send them off. Although the Black Devil was severely injured, he struggled and insisted on coming out. The Black Devil felt very gratified that his daughter was going to the upper three heavens. He said happily, "Dong Wushang, I'll leave my daughter to you. You have to protect her well. Take care of her. If you dare to let her be wronged." Humph. Dong Wushang patted his chest and said heroically, "Don't worry. Leave everything to me." The Black Devil nodded. Then, he turned his head to look at Dong Wulei and said, "The two of them have gone up together for many years. A man and a woman alone together. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that both of us are here? I'm Lei Er's father, and you're Dong Wushang's elder brother. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. Let's settle the marriage here. It'll be more justifiable." When he said this, Mo Lei Er's face burned with anger. Dong Wulei said, "That's good. Let's exchange tokens. This is an emergency, so we can only do this." "What tokens?" The Black Devil waved his remaining hand disdainfully and said, "We're people of the pugilistic world. Our words hold the weight. You said it, I said it, and everyone is a witness. Then, from now on, the two of you are husband and wife." It's so troublesome and annoying. The man is in charge of the outside and the woman is in charge of the inside. Exchanging tokens is nothing more than moving from one's left pocket to the right pocket. Don't you know how annoying it is? He raised his eyebrows. "Dong Wushang, from now on, my daughter is your wife." He turned around and shouted, "Lei Er, this is your husband. How the two of you fight and scold each other is your business. No one else can interfere, and they can't do anything about it, including me. From now on, your happiness is your business. If you're unhappy, it's your own fault. That's it. Does anyone have anything else to say?" When he turned around, he saw that everyone was stunned in place. This was the first time they saw a father-in-law like this. There was no betrothal gift, no matchmaker, no dowry, no confirmation ceremony, no wedding ceremony, and no ceremony. They were husband and wife just like that. They had heard of a final decision, but they had never heard of such a final decision. Even the bride-to-be, Mo Lei forgot to be shy. She looked at her father in a daze. Her pretty eyes were wide open. She had never thought that she would be married off just like that. Clap, clap, clap. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji clapped together. It's the Black Devil indeed. So clean and neat. I can't help but be impressed. Today was a good day to have won the war, and the scenery was beautiful. Furthermore, there were many brothers here, and two supreme martial artists as witnesses. Dong Wushang, this is a heaven-sent marriage. Hurry up and greet your father-in-law. Dong Wushang, who was not mentally prepared at all, was like a duck that had been struck by lightning. He did not regain his senses for a long time. Just kowtow. The Black Devil waved his hand again. His voice was still as sinister as usual, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. Go. Chu Yang kicked the back of Dong Wushang's leg, and he fell to his knees with a plop. Dong Wushang still hadn't come to his senses and was about to get up in a daze. All the brothers swarmed forward and held Dong Wushang down and flipped him over to the ground with a plop. Luo Kadi and GMO held his shoulders, and Xie Danqiong held the back of his waist, pressing him forward. Bow. Mo Tianji dragged his words. Everyone exerted their strength. Rue Bu Tong held Dong Wushang's head. He was completely taking revenge. He smashed Dong Wushang's head into the snow, as if he wanted to smash through the ground. I said that I was typing with 2 fingers, but you didn't believe me. I have witnesses. When I saw Dark Mountain last time, this guy was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. You're actually typing with 2 fingers? You're even competing with me? You actually beat me every time? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.